Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
a rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 7th round of the Tata Steel Masters 2022. We have 3 co-leaders. Magnus Carlsen managed to join the leaders by defeating Richard Rapport yesterday. He joins Vidit and Mehmet Yarov on 4 points out of 6. The games are about to begin. Our leaders are facing Pragnananda, Rapport, and Jon van Verrees, respectively. Peter Svidler, how are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Somewhat miffed at various small things, but generally feeling quite okay. Feeling a bit underdressed. You look unbelievably dapper and
thank you.
Fresh today, and I definitely don't.
That's okay. Shall we jump right into the action?
Seems like we have to, yeah.
Magnus, no moves yet, but we have action in the other games. Jon van Verrees going for 1 d4 today. I would think of him as an e4 player. I'm not sure if the stats bear that out very clearly. I guess he can do everything like most of these young people.
Young people today being able to play all kinds of first moves.
Not a fan.
Yeah, FIDE must condemn. Will be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, obviously the game of the day has to be I'm going to say the first encounter, but they may have played online, right? It's probably not a very safe bet. They haven't played against each other yet. The game between Prague and Magnus. And I've already
seen in one of the tours, the Champions.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I think I should have. I normally actually do all that research, and then it never comes up on the show. So today I decided to skip it, and that's the one time it becomes a topic. Yeah, they probably played in some of the online tours, and chat is already kind of split on how shocking would it be to see Prague not losing with White to Magnus. I don't think
very shocking.
Not shocking at all, I would say. Yeah, and I mean 26-12s don't lose every single game to Magnus with White anyway. But this is also a hugely underrated 26-12. Like nobody really believes he's 26-12. He might be rated that way right now, but we all know that, or I mean we don't know, but we assume that like in a year's time he will be much closer to 2700 than that. So yeah, I think Magnus will have his work cut out for him trying to win this game, because Prague is also very well booked up and not going to give Magnus an easy escape out of the opening.
Sure. D4, D5 played. 26-12 is also what people say when they're asked about Lawrence Trent's looks and maturity usually. So this does not mean that he's going to lose the game at all. Pawn to c4. Let's see how much risk Magnus is willing to take. So far he goes for d5, e6. He's done that a lot recently, playing all kinds of shady to less shady.
He played it. Yeah, he played a6 in this specific position in his one game against Prague that they played in online last year, and that ended up being a draw. It was a longish game in which Magnus pressed a little bit, I guess, but not to any kind of particular effect. Actually, did he press? I think maybe he was trying to save it later.
Knight f3. Magnus goes d takes c4 this time around. Small surprise. Knight f6 is what he usually does. Maybe not in the mood for Catalan. No, d takes c4, transposing to the QGA question mark. White goes e3, let's say. Does he just play knight f6? Or does he want some more?
In this particular move order, it does look like the QGA is maybe more or less unavoidable, because I don't think any of those fancy b5 lines work.
These aren't supposed to be great at the very least. Like any business like this has been seen, but usually computers say, ugh, do not do this. So even though whenever someone plays against me in Blitz, I get very scared of the passed pawns. But yeah, computers, I believe, are claiming that pawn to c5 or knight g5 or whatnot is much better here for white. Probably not what he has in mind. Another question is, does white have anything better than e3? Can you go e4? Can you go knight c3? Can you go queen a4 check?
Yeah, queen a4 check, definitely a legal move here. Transposes to... I mean, all of those things will transpose into something, but... Queen a4 check, I've looked at maybe even this precise position at some point.
Wow.
But like 25 years ago, when there was a short period when I was a QGA player myself on the black side of it, and I was looking for ways to not play the absolute main lines there, and the topic of queen a4 check definitely came up, but I think these days everybody just goes c6, b5 and equalizes, but I was trying to make knight d7 work. I remember I was very seriously invested in trying to equalize the position after knight d7, e4, and so on and so forth. But
e3 played, so we'll never find out what Magnus thinks about all that. But we will find out if he just quote-unquote wants a QGA or if he wants something dodgier.
Yeah, a QGA would be a somewhat surprising choice, honestly, because I don't think the young man will mind horribly if he gets to play. Then again, maybe I'm just misreading the character of the Indian youngsters, because I think there's definitely many at 26-12 on the planet who will happily just snap on c5 at the earliest opportunity there and play those very, very equal endgames. But Prague might be ambitious enough to actually play his main repertoire against the QGA, which I don't know what it is, but can get very sharp. Is not necessarily a drawish opening at all if white declines to take on c5. So, yeah.
Might be ways to split the difference, no? If you play b3, bishop e2 here, the position still remains rocky solid for white.
Yeah. But if you play bishop b3 and follow it up with e4 against most moves, those get kind of sharp, or at least they could get kind of sharp. Magnus so far hasn't played c5, but a6 does indicate, I think, the likelihood of some sort of QGA appearing on the board. I mean, some kind of classical QGA.
Yeah, bishop takes c4. He wants to go for an early b5. We'll find out. In other news, we have Rapport versus Mamedyarov. This position we discussed the other day as an option in the, what was it? Grandelius Carlsen, one of those. And here it's been played. Mamedyarov maybe saying, Richard Rapport, he's gone more mainstream, but is he the type to really go for a theoretical debate in lines like this?
Also, I think the line has been enjoying a bit of a revival recently. Specifically this move order, I don't know how to phrase it exactly. I think the position after knight 6 bc, e5 and knight e4 has been considered to be dodgy for a bit, and people have found new and more exciting ways to give up material, I think, after knight e4 there. I personally lost, I think, a couple of games with white to youngsters recently trying to navigate those waters with no knowledge whatsoever, which is really inadvisable. But Richard goes for something that has been also, I think, extremely topical in every single Sicilian these days. Just playing a2, a3, move 6.
It's more of a Rapportier move as well, taking the sting out of this bishop b4. Many strong players have played this as well, including Fabian Caruana against the very Shahryar Mamedyarov, so he's not at all unfamiliar with this. And yeah, it leads to more of a chess game.
Yeah, and this is by no means a kind of a quiet continuation, because it has by this point been very well established that, let's say, if you want to play the English attack with white, including a2, a3 almost at any point will probably be beneficial to you at some point later in the game as a very useful antidote to b5, b4 counterplay. Meaning that, let's say, if black goes d6 here, we can very easily see Richard go bishop b3, f3, queen d2, and castle long, and play those types of positions where it seems like white lost the tempo compared to what white normally would be doing. But a3 is just very rarely a lost tempo these days in Sicilian. So yeah, very curious as to how this will progress. Also, a huge theoretical discussion going on in the Yesipenko-Shanklin game. Very, very interested in finding out when they will stop blitzing.
What's with all the Taimanovs?
Yeah, but this is actually the absolute mainline G4 Taimanov that we've kind of hinted at, but never really properly discussed or even put on the board because nobody played this in the tournament yet. And this is the line that I sort of semi-expected to have on the board against a game of Sessian in the first round of the Grand Swiss. So I've looked at it very recently, and I also talked about this line with Kirill Alexeyenko, and Kirill and Andrei are very, very good friends. So I am, more than usually interested in how this game pans out, because I have a feeling my notes, such as they are, and any reference to my notes these days, like basically I'm just a bargain Lawrence by this point, claiming that I have notes on everything. But I do have some notes on this, and I can very easily see those notes being in play today, and perhaps refuted or not refuted, as the case may be. Still a very sharp position, but I think even practice hasn't run out yet, and the analysis definitely hasn't run out yet. All of this, I think, has been seen.
Here's notes. G3.
Yeah, G6 needs to be played. White plays bishop G2. Yeah, the knight on H5 gets, well, not sacrificed because we win the knight on D5 back. Black goes G8, bishop takes D5, bishop B7. I think those are pretty much forced. I don't think black has any alternatives yet. We take on B7 and we go G4, G5. And in this position, it's one of the weirder looking positions, I think, which is still sort of heavily theoretical. White is a pawn down. You don't normally get to take on H7. It does hang right now, but you don't normally get to take it. And we currently have no threats with white, but apart from queen H7. But the dominance in the center and the slightly unclear situation black is facing here in terms of where to castle, or if to castle even.
Probably not kingside.
Yeah, kingside is ruled out, but yeah, either keeping it in the center or trying to castle queenside are the two options. This is a very sharp position, very intricate, as often is the case. Computers kind of hold it by playing extremely precisely for the next 15 moves. I think that was my final impression, that if white plays well and black plays well, unsurprisingly, probably is a draw. But yeah, two extremely well booked up players showing off their knowledge today.
Amazing. But what's more impressive, as the chat correctly points out, is that you went from knowing no openings to knowing all the openings in great detail.
Absolutely all the openings.
That's what the pandemic does to people.
Yes.
Or did you get Lawrence's notes? Tell us the truth.
Among other things, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the secret by this point is out. Lawrence has been in our chat a little bit too much for me to continue pretending. The reason I know so much is that at some point I acquired all of the top secret Lawrence notes, and am now quoting them freely on stream to his great chagrin. Chad is also very excited by the storyline of Dubov not replying to 1d4 with anything. But I don't think there is any zero tolerance in Wijk. So,
what is the rule? Is it a full hour, half an hour? Some tournaments settled on half an hour.
Yeah, I think in Wijk it's reasonably long. Yeah, he is
probably an hour.
Yeah, I would say 30 minutes. I would put at the lowest threshold.
Let me text Daniel just in case.
Yeah, we could all do that. And then he arrives at the board, and it turns out that he forgot to switch off the phone, and we end up being the reason why he loses today. That, I think, is the twist in the tale there.
That could happen. But you up. That's exactly the text I said.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
So yeah, this game will eventually start, we assume. We haven't heard anything about any...
At DD. You up? Question mark. Done.
Yeah. Yeah. Might be leg day for Dubov, says Ilya. I think he can probably skip leg day every now and again. I think he is. Okay, without during tournaments potentially. Anyway,
does he do legs?
Oh,
so you're not supposed to do legs because you can't see them in the club.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
We haven't discussed his proper training regimen ever.
I've been to the gym with him plenty, as you can tell from my muscular physique. He goes hard. He does like 5 heavy sets of the same exercise and like 6 stuff, like pull-ups with extra weights on his legs and annoyingly heavy rows. And he does a lot of sets, a lot of reps. Not how we do things in German old people gyms.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is still progressing the way we've sort of expected. There's also a potentially heavily theoretical Nimzo in the Jordan Vidit game. There's a London, but luckily for me...
Trying to play it safe today? Or because knight f3 is usually an indicator that you don't want too much trouble. We've seen the other day, bishop g5 is the more competitive move here in the rapport against Pragnanda game. And well, these knight f3 d sequence 4 b6 lines, they are supposed to be more or less peaceful, but Jorn usually he has some idea. He's not in the habit of trying to make draws with white. And bishop b7 here, I might be a bit out of the loop. My days bishop a6 was by far the main move, but I think the likes even of Kramnik start experimenting with bishop b7 as well.
Yeah, here I'm absolutely I have no idea about any of this. I will listen and learn. I do know of the reputation of these lines, and I can probably bluff my way through some of those bishop a6, queen a4, c5 type positions. But here, yeah, zero knowledge. Yeah, the London doesn't seem to be. Okay, that was because it was via this move order. I was kind of wondering why Fabi was not choosing the far superior d6 c5 setups against London, which I recommended in this excellent new course that just came out very recently. But that's because he played d5 on move 2. Horrible mistake. Never do that.
Where can I purchase? That was a good concept. Where can I purchase that course?
Chessable.com/Peter. That is a very easy to remember link that leads to the entirety of my Chessable library, which is all of 2 courses, Grunfeld Volume 1 and Grunfeld Volume 2. Impressive work. I'm very proud of it. Go buy it. Hashtag not sell out at all. But g6 d5 is, of course, a very solid choice against London as well. London isn't really, I don't think, aimed necessarily at achieving something spectacular out of the opening. I don't think I've seen this exact setup that Fabi is going for, though. Seems very logical. I think
enough.
Yeah, I think machines actually, if you allow black to play c5, machines very often in these structures will actually go for exactly that. c5, b6, bishop b7, and then either knight b7 or knight c6, depending on what white does. And they seem to really not be worried at all about the white knight landing on e5 and staying there for quite some time. Is this maybe the position in which Duda could suddenly switch into the I will give you mate on the king side mode and go like knight e5, bishop b7, h4? Normally those lines they exist much more when white develops a knight to c3, which Duda hasn't done. But I think if you have a choice of developing it to c3 or to d2, you prefer d2 in almost every single case. So maybe we can actually do something like this and pretend we're exciting, dynamic, aggressive players.
Looks legit scary, doesn't it? h5, g4.
Yeah. This, I mean, I think knight e5 you probably don't even play bishop b7, or at least you think for a bit. Because I think, yeah.
Let's do something.
Knight of d7 exists, but it looks awkward, right? A little bit at least. And I don't know how heavily it discourages h4 anyway. Maybe I can play it even here.
Yeah. Jan Krzysztof, Fabi must be a little unhappy with how things proceeded yesterday. If you have an outrageous blunder like his rook b6, just hanging a rook in one move.
Yeah.
Maybe start questioning your brain or your hand somewhat. So Jan Krzysztof will be looking for action. Not that he isn't always.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very safe assumption in every single game of his, but yeah. Also, this is the last round before the second rest day, so yeah, there's conflicting theories on this, but I think the theory that says they know they will get a day to recharge, so sort of going harder than usual is sort of the appropriate reaction to having a rest day. I think that theory I like better.
Sorry, there's no rest day tomorrow, is there?
Pretty sure there is.
That's not what I've been told.
Hang on a second. Is today Saturday, maybe?
Today is Saturday.
Okay, then there is no rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, Monday there's a rest day.
Yeah, I for some reason I've already moved on to Sunday, and yeah, I knew it was Monday. I just lost track of days of the week. Apologies, I was trying to misinform you guys, but I was quickly set straight by.
At least you apologize.
Yes. You clearly need a rest day, and don't I know it? Yeah. Yeah, I quite like knight e5. I think it's much more flexible than starting with the castling, because then you really are limiting yourself to normal play. This one I no longer understand. Like by move 8, they've managed to do something in a Petrov which I can't recognize, or.
Well, I guess this position is still somewhat recognizable, and queen g3 has been a thing at the very least after castles. I'm not sure why, but Jordan played this some time ago, and I would assume there is some reasoning to why the queen is better placed than on d2 in one line or another. But I am also far from a specialist here.
Yeah, and specifically against the 97 move order, it does seem, and Niels is now thinking, and I'm very interested to see how he reacts, because you're very much inviting black to play knight c5, and knight c5 normally is not a poor move.
Yeah.
Even when it doesn't come with a gain of a tempo. So.
No, that's what I said. I saw it here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe you have some more flexibility. But here it's a bit odd.
Yeah.
You don't want to take.
Yeah,
Did he make something up?
I'm not even sure what the reaction is supposed to be. Yeah, like, because if you can take on c5, d takes c5, and then like have a pact with your opponent that he will castle queenside and they will castle kingside without trading queens, but then it does make some sense. But obviously the queens will come off, and if you after bishop c5 dc, if you move the queen anywhere, the fact that there is a queen on d8 will make it impossible, according to the rules of chess, will make it impossible for you to castle. Maybe you can go like takes queen e4, and then try to play bishop d3 and castle along that way, but it doesn't look earth-shattering to me at all. You do have to justify it somehow, though. There was a question from ChessFan993. Imagine the feeling when your opponent arrives 30 seconds before the limit. And Jake Loans did confirm that you get timed out after half an hour. It's not an hour, but it is a reasonably relaxed half an hour before you get forfeited here. Would that annoy you? A little bit, yeah. I think people have already answered him by saying, why would that annoy you? Somebody, threw away half an hour on their clock, and we'll have to give you time odds. That is true, but I think it also is kind of annoying because you're in that no man's land, and I think at this level in particular, nobody really wants to win the game by forfeit. So you're just sitting there thinking, okay, if he doesn't show up now, like it's going to be an extremely meh thing, and then if he does show up, I will have to, there will be an additional expectation that I should win now because I have this extra half an hour. It's not the best situation in the world, and honestly, it's been 25 minutes. And this is reaching kind of alarming proportions. Did your text go through?
Yeah, give me a second here. In the meantime, Pragnananda has played 7b3, which is one of the moves I mentioned as being solid, but not exactly going for the endgame. There's also just one of the main lines. I don't think there's any thoughts about making a draw against Magnus or anything. I think that's just what he likes in this position. I've also played this move. And Magnus played b6. Not the main move as far as I know. I think the likes of Nakamura have started playing this, followed by castles, and then later bishop d7, knight c6 if appropriate, or b5.
b5 and then some rook a7 stuff. I've seen Linier do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But instead of that, Prag makes a move which I got very, very confused by. Have you seen bishop a3 this early in QGAs?
Yes, I think bishop a3 is the main move after b6, and was sort of supposed to be the trap, but things are no longer so clear. I don't think Magnus was taken by surprise by this, and he plays knight bd7. But this I've seen, and White got some good positions here. So to revisit the Daniil topic, I've been texting with Daniil. I just wanted to check with him if I should speak about it on the air, but he's fine with that. So there is an issue that Daniil had contact with. Hang on, I want to get this right. He had contact with someone who had COVID, but he tested negative a few times. And then he had a PCR test this morning. I think that's Daniil. And the results would come after the game. So the organizers said he should play, but wear a mask while playing, which is not what was agreed beforehand, apparently, with the mask wearing. And Daniil was not a fan of it, and he specified that before the tournament, and he's not obliged according to him, according to the regulations, so he's not on board with it, and that's why he hasn't shown up for the game, I believe.
Okay. That was becoming more and more likely with every minute that he wasn't there, that there was some kind of not just an I overslept kind of reason for this.
I'm not sure what the status is, if he's gonna forfeit or if there's some agreement that has been made before the game or during the game. I should point out that, I've seen Daniil wear plenty masks. I do not think that he's against wearing masks in general at all. It's just, that it was very specifically agreed before the tournament that he doesn't, or the players don't have to wear masks, and I can, to some extent, obviously it gets dicey, but understand that it can very much affect your play if you're not used to it, to wear a mask for an entire classical chess game. So yeah, he does feel strongly about it. I should just read his text. I can't. Just mention that I'm openly against playing in the mask and that we aren't obliged to do it during the game, according to the regulation. Yeah.
Yeah, these are very difficult to comment on from the outside. We've already had our share of just wear a mask lul in chat, which obviously is a viewpoint you can have on this, but if there's agreements in place, people do feel strongly about sticking to them.
Yeah, controversy. Let's see how this plays out. But at the very least, we know he hasn't overslept or anything. But yeah, that's the thing going on. I have no idea what's going to happen from here. If it's going to be rescheduled, if he'll be forfeited, I don't know.
Yeah, developing story as
yes, very much so.
Developing story. I was actually joking about the text, but apparently, good thing that you did ask.
Yeah.
But yeah,
all right. So we focus on the games at hand.
One down at the very start of the round today, in more sense than one. Yeah, the Petrov, I'm still curious what he does here, but probably not the most exciting game of the round. This might get sharp, or this might fizzle. Prague is definitely not playing for a draw, which I think is good for everybody. The question of whether he just wants a safe draw because his opponent played a QGA has, I think, been sort of asked and answered by him playing bishop a3 and then d5. This is not how you keep the position simple and safe. He could very easily get an edge, but I don't think the position is ever going to be entirely safe for white ever again, because that is as sharp a structure change as possible. And yeah, chat is saying this will count as a forfeit. So once again, chat has never lied to us, so we have to assume they know that of which they speak.
The question if it's rated. Usually, if it's forfeited, the game is not rated, right? I think you have to make a move to lose rating.
Yeah, I think that used to be a loophole which was famously somewhat abused by Anatoly Karpov, who was in the habit of offering draws on move 1 to people so that he wouldn't have to lose rating by making that draw.
In open tournaments, I only play with white. I just don't show up with black. Play my 5 white games, does miracles for the rating.
Yep.
Not for the points, but small price to pay.
And yeah, people are saying there is an official statement by the Tata organizers. But yeah, I kind of assumed once there was more than one person saying this is a forfeit that you were basing it on something.
Let's check Twitter. That's where you make official statements, right?
Probably, yeah. Or the official website, but that's very outdated by 2022.
Haven't found it yet. But I'm also very slow. Maybe Sotiris can help. He's probably much quicker tracking it down and maybe even putting it up on the screen. Here we are. I found it. Sorry.
Yeah. Apologies for the somewhat muted picture on your screens, guys. I had a feeling that I had to take that phone call, but it's over now. So what does it say?
Dubov not playing at Tata Steel chess tournament today. Daniel Dubov. That's the official statement, I guess, from the organizers. Daniel Dubov will not be playing the 7th round of the Tata Steel chess tournament today due to a COVID. But yeah, that's the status.
That does seem to be the status, and I don't think we need to talk about it too much. The positions have been clearly stated by both sides. We don't really know what was the agreed position on this prior to the tournament. I think Prague has been playing in the mask from round 1 due to the fact that his trainer tested positive, I think, even before the tournament started. But once again, it's something that is, I think, dependent on what they understand of the original agreements were, and it's not something that is easily judged from the outside.
Is this position easily judged from the outside?
No. I did give a bit of a speech about it earlier, saying that Prague clearly is trying to play as if he is playing an unnamed opponent. He is clearly not interested in playing it safe or adjusting his preparation to gear it more towards not having any excitement at all. I don't really see why this should be great for White. If I'm honest with you, like it looks like it should be quite playable for Black, at least to my immediate impression here would be that Black probably is kind of okay, but yeah, these positions are tricky. The bishop on d5 probably stays on d5, allowing Black to trade. I think we start by playing knight c3. Because rook b8 indicates that Black is now ready to take and play bishop b7 if the queen takes on d5. So we probably don't want to be taking with the queen, we want to be taking with the knight. And then developing is, knight d5, and you can play bishop b7, you can play bishop d6. All of these moves are legitimate, and structurally Black has no issues whatsoever. But sometimes you get kind of overrun because you don't really manage to develop properly. Like queen c2, rook a d1, if White achieves that, you might be in trouble, or some kind of jumps happen. Do not know. Do not know. I think if queen c2, we might have to play knight f6, but I don't hate it. Just in order to actually get that out of the way. Otherwise, after rook a d1, you might have to wait for a very long time before you can play knight f6 again. But yeah, don't really have strong opinions on this position. Would like to see what transpires before.
Should be 2 plate.
Yeah, also quite.
Right now, he started to take time, yeah, at least. Bishop b2, he hasn't blitzed out. And we've seen, I'm not sure if that's true. I was going to say, we've seen when he is in book, he plays very quickly. But he also spent some time against Sam yesterday. I don't know. He's still in his prep, or if bishop b2 is over the board inspiration.
Yeah, the point obviously being that you want to make developing the f8 bishop slightly more difficult in case Black takes on d5, but we can postpone it for a move, right? We can play bishop b7 now.
Yep.
And
maybe knight e5. No, that
it's playable. It's actually a playable move, yeah.
That could be an idea.
Yeah. So we can continue this for a second because it seems like an interesting position. If I take on d5, I don't think knight c6, or maybe knight c6 does work, does it? I'm not sure.
I just want to.
Yeah, queen d5. I wanted to play castles. This is the position I wanted to discuss with you because it looks funny. And bishop b7, yeah. And I have no idea. I might be losing by force here, but I was just trying to figure out if I can play like this with black.
How does it go? Rook to1.
I think take 95. Yeah. That one I'm reasonably okay with. In fact, I think black is winning there because after rook d8, I will go rook takes d8, not knight takes c6, which is quite cute. And I think there's no way to stop rook d1 mate here that you will like. So seems like this is surviving, maybe.
Yeah. That would be sort of important. So let's look at knight d5, knight c6. How does this go?
Yeah, queen c7. I don't think it works though, because after knight b8, I go knight 7 f6, right?
Queen d5, bishop b7. There's no.
I don't see how you attack anything at all there.
Pinned.
Yeah, maybe knight b8, knight f6, e4, but I don't believe that. No, like knight f4 and then something. It just doesn't look like white will be able to generate enough play to compensate for the eventual loss of the knight on b8. Yeah, knight d5, g3. But here, honestly, even if I take on b8 and take on f4, I like my position quite a bit.
Yeah.
And there's probably something stronger.
Some direct wins as well, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Just doesn't work.
Yeah. So very curious. Maybe bishop b7, he just goes knight c3 and doesn't engage with any of this at all, but... So that's that. I think we've, until Magnus does something here, we probably... It's a position which easily sustains half an hour of us throwing lines around, but most of them will be irrelevant once a move is being made. I mean, one thing. Let's talk about one thing. How bad is actually taking and going bishop b7? Is it completely unplayable, or? And now queen, I guess f5 or h5. I don't know which one you like better. f5 probably. Huh?
Looked so ugly. I don't know. If it works, you have to find some very precise, weird moves here. No, I don't see it.
Queen e7, e6, I guess. We're not really getting crushed yet, so we can afford maybe to just slowly bring the queen out to a better square, unpin ourselves a little bit. But yeah, I'm not enjoying this. I will not advocate for this. It looks very ugly. Even the endgames after the queen trade might be quite bad. So yeah, let's not do that. We assume bishop b7 is the most obvious way not to do that, but there might be others.
Magnus also starting to take some time.
Yeah, this one is quickly becoming quite unusual. No, the queen normally doesn't go to d6 in these types of positions.
What is this? Knight e5. I would guess it's somewhere in my notes, but I have no recollection. We did know stuff. So yeah, queen d6, not surprisingly. The first line, pawn to e3. And now after c5.
Yeah, c5 would be the logical follow-up here. Definitely. Yeah, it's one of those weird nimzos where bishop takes f6 exists on every move and never really looks remotely attractive. Unless maybe you do it straight away in the current position, but he's already played e3. Okay, no longer relevant. Yeah, c5 looks very logical. I was looking at knight e4 followed by c5, but knight e4, even bishop f4.
Begging for bishop f4?
Yeah, just kind of really asking to White to win more tempo with bishop f4 doesn't look good. Yeah, c5 has to be the most natural move in the position. We're followed, I guess, by knight bd7, but knight bd7 also looks a bit slow. So what's White's play here? Is it still somehow weirdly bishop f4? Doesn't look right, but I don't immediately see why it would be straight up bad. It might not be great, but I don't think it's entirely stupid.
What's happening in the chat? Very curious what topics could be addressed there. We should mention that, yeah, it says won and lost now. That, yeah, Daniil Dubov did not show up for the game today. I talked to Daniil and we also saw the statement from the organization. So the situation is someone in Daniil's circle was tested positive for COVID. Daniil himself has tested negative multiple times with rapid tests. He now had a PCR test. The results were to come in after the game, and he was asked to wear a mask during the game. But that's according to Daniil, contracts in place that, yes, say the players don't have to wear any masks. I have to say, from the footage that I've seen from stuff going on there, I think Pragnanda is wearing a mask, but no one else does. So we've also seen during the rapid and blitz. Correct me if that's wrong. I'm not sure, but generally players don't wear masks when playing in these events. And yeah, Daniil was asked to wear a mask for today's game, and he refused, pointing out the contractual obligations, and therefore he was forfeited. So that's the current, or I'm not sure if he was forfeited because of that or what. He didn't show up to the game because of that. I'm assuming there will be more to come, but that's the current status of the story.
Yep.
Fortunately for us, a lot of virologists in the test who know the effects of various masks over various hours. So that's good that we can get some info there.
Yes, very, very solid input by all of our esteemed chat members. As expected, this has produced an outbreak of virologists everywhere. Just as it does every single time without fail. We appreciate you. Your service is important to us, and please continue being the wonderful people that you are.
There's too many virologists, not enough body language experts. Yeah, unfortunately, here on this Chess24 stream, we don't get cameras footage from Wijk, which is a great pity. We've been blessed with lots of footage recently. But yeah, therefore, body language experts today, not as useful.
Yeah.
My Chesticles, it's a good username, is saying, I'm a beacon of knowledge blazing in a black sea of ignorance. That's how Peter feels every day on this street. No. Can we get a comment from Lawrence? It would be nice if Lawrence weighed in.
Yeah, Lawrence somehow refusing to say that he has no notes on the mask wearing statistics, but that would be one area of expertise he has not really dipped his toe in, and would be an exciting new development if that had happened. Yeah.
I'm being told we will have footage for the candidates. That's gonna be fun. Yeah,
95 knight fg7, as we suspected, has been played in the do the Corona game. H4 is the sharper reply here, but I think maybe I found the reason why it's not great. You can take on e5, go. It's kind of simple. Go knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4.
We go d this early. Anyway. Yeah, this looks good for black.
I mean, line sort of continues. I can play h5 here and pretend that you don't really want to give me the option of sacrificing the exchange if you take, but yeah, I'm not a firm believer in this for white. I don't know that it's necessarily all that bad, but probably isn't a world beater. Maybe just go like bishop f3, e6 here, and then take on e5 in the fullness of time, so to speak.
Chessweeb is asking what happened in the Dubov game. Chat gotcha.
Yes, chat. Go off. You got this. Yeah, this is
didn't go g5, Peter. He went gh. Is this in your notes?
I've spoken to Kirill about this recently. Like, both of us appear to be, in touch with various players of immense strength. So I've spoken to Kirill about this a little bit, and yeah, we're a bit confused, and looks like maybe the file did not make its way all the way to Andrei.
G5, Andrei. It's in the notes. Sam, he's trying to finish every game with 2 hours now. It's his new goal. Double attack.
Yeah, this I think this is the reason you are, quote unquote, supposed to play g5 and not gh there. I've been trying to calculate what happens after rook g8 here, which I think is sort of the only way to justify it immediately. But I think this is where this endgame happens. Rook g8, I think they go e5. I could actually check the file, but I'm reluctant to do so for fear of...
Feels like Laura's never left.
Yeah. Let me actually do that. Hang on. I'm very curious whether, Andrei just found something stronger than what I thought was best play, or if, whatever the outcomes are.
Andrei also taking time, so it's not like...
Yeah, it's not as likely, but...
Or work.
Not entirely unlikely either. Apart from rook g8, what do you even... Like, you can play some kind of a waiting move here, but I think e6, e5 is maybe even a stronger threat than taking on h5. Just getting the queens off the board and then playing those endgames, which appear to be fine for black.
What's in the file?
I've run into my usual problem of trying to remember which computer I analyzed it on, because I don't synchronize, and yeah, trying to do that while also, you talking on various messengers and trying to support a conversation with you. All of this has got me
very busy,
completely scrambled. Yeah, I will get to the file eventually. Yeah, like I could
sure.
Pretend I need to take a stretching break and then spend the entirety of it checking my various computers.
Yeah.
Yes, information.
Hastily switch on an engine and see what it says and say, oh yeah, the file here happens to say that the best move is bishop f6, which bishop f6 it was. And then it turns out the endgames, they aren't very good because our pieces get stuck. So rook c8, king d1, this is actually unpleasant for black. d6, rook g8, king d7, and like rook h8. So after bishop f6, file says queen to c5, and best play could actually be bishop d4, queen d5, bishop f6 with the move repetition, which would be kind of odd. However, there's also the option of going rook g8. So as mentioned, That's possible. Then black will play rook c8, queen takes a6, and now rook back to a8, queen d3. And here the odd move, king to e7.
This does look somewhat familiar, weirdly.
All in the file.
All in the file.
With rough equality. See, I told you I had a file.
Ah, there it is. Let me find the file.
There it is.
At least I found the file.
There's the file.
God damn it. Come out, wherever you are. Things are such a mess in the...
b3 played, not in the file.
Not in the file, yeah. That seems to be anticlimactic somehow.
e5 yeah, like e1 still avoids the exchange of queens for the time being. And here, at least, we take a pawn to the grave with us. To the queen grave. With rough equality. But black has other options.
Yeah, absolutely. You can... Apparently you can just completely ignore what white is doing and just meet rook g8 with king e7 at any point. All of this is very confusing. Very, very confusing.
Just Hugo, please, is saying, has anyone ever told Jan is a bit of a jerk? A lovely one, but still. Nope. Never come up.
Absolutely not a thing.
We have to rethink everything that brought us here. But he said lovable.
Very lovable.
Also, as abusive people like to say, it's our dynamic.
Yeah.
It's just our dynamic. It's how we interact.
Yeah.
So
the chemistry.
Is f5 in the file?
Don't think so, but played extremely quickly. You have to admire just how booked up Sam appears to be in just about every single position, even when people refuse to play the main lines against him, or what we assume to be the main lines.
Yeah.
Okay, I have...
Sam, slow down a little bit for f5.
I have finally located the file.
Sure. What does it say?
And it says... now there's going to be some very, very exciting scrolling, yeah. b3 not in the file, only rook g8 analyzed. The idea of rook c8, rook 8 gets a mention. So yeah, gh, I was...
So bishop f6 not in the file?
Not in the file, no. Very horrible file.
g5?
Underdone, yeah. But I just thought g5 was a more exciting way to play this position. Back to being completely useless and not knowing anything about anything. f5 is a way to develop pieces there, which feels very logical. You want to play king f7 and then sort of rethink. In particular, it works very well against rook g8, I suppose, in the current position. Because now rook g8, king f7, rook h8, bishop h6 check just leads to what probably is a winning endgame for black, with the queens coming off and black having a much better pawn structure. I don't know, winning is maybe strong, but definitely better for black. What do we have instead of rook g8?
I don't know. Let me check my file. Queen e3 maybe.
Queen e3, very logical move. Intended specifically to stop the idea I just mentioned of playing king f7 and bishop h6 by controlling the h6 square.
Yeah.
But Black
seems
to be okay.
Yep.
Judging by
files.
The file, yeah, obviously. The snippet of the file I just saw on my screen.
All right. Sam and Team Sam continue producing great opening preparation. What's going on here?
Bishop 4 has been actually played, yeah, and we just went back, played rook c8, and we now have this kind of a weird position where if you imagine the same position with the white pawns on f3 and e4, white is probably significantly better, but still some way away from that, meaning that black has some jumps and perhaps will be able to push the white pieces back somehow. How would you be, like if you had this position with black, how would you approach it? Would you be looking for some sort of a forced draw somewhere, or just, I don't know, get some reasonable trades in and hope that it sort of sorts itself out?
I tend to have too much respect for the two bishops, so I'd be in panic mode and think, must do something quickly before white pieces get out and I suffer. Vida taking his time. Can we do something quickly?
Yeah, I was wondering if we can sort of try to chase the queen around a bit.
This doesn't quite work.
Yeah, this looks very sus. We have to take with the queen, and taking with the queen and ending those endgames, yeah, we're not a fan.
So rook d5?
But I think the issue with rook d5 is queen b4 more than anything else, is specifically this move, which is very awkward to meet.
Here, g5 even take, yeah?
I can take, yeah. Honestly, I blundered g5, but yeah. Tactics bailing me out there. You can go knight d5 and then f6 and d5. This is what I was looking for, or at, in the beginning. Seems to be semi-forcing white to go bishop g3.
That's what I was wondering. If I just castle, like...
Take with the pawn or the queen?
Guess pawn, but yeah.
Also, like
to go knight c6, there's no...
Do you actually have a good reply to f6 and d5, by the way?
Not a good question. Not sure.
All
right, let's go here.
Yeah, and this is where I just wanted to go f6. Let's say knight d3, I assume, yeah? I guess. And I want to go e5 here and then just drop the rook back somewhere. But the knight on d5 is awkward, right? So you can go like queen h4 here, rook somewhere e4, but oh yeah, that's maybe not the bestest square in the world, or maybe it's a very good square, who knows. It's still a bit of a mess.
Let's have to go here.
Yeah, I think structurally it's okay for black, but if the knight goes back to c7, the pawn on e5 is hanging because of the pin on the f6 pawn. But if it works out tactically for black, it feels like it shouldn't be all that bad, having restricted the bishop on g3 by the f6 e5 pawn chain. Feels logical, at least. Feels like it's something we should definitely be considering.
Yeah, Vida also taking time, while Jordan seems to be blitzing. Jordan, as we've established many a time, has computers. He owns many leather-bound computers.
Yeah, knight b7. I mean, that position we were discussing after knight d7, queen d7, we do have decent control over the c file. It might not be that bad on the topic of files.
Knight d7 still not played yet. Just
no, yeah.
Put it here. Yeah, don't know. Can I do this, or do you take my pawn?
I just want to go knight f6 and claim that I will have some sort of rook c2 related counterplay if you just castle. And f3 knight d5 might be playable-ish.
Poor pawn. Yep.
Yeah, generally not the most, like, optically not the most exciting of positions in the world, but
it's very
extremely
specific, actually.
Yeah, extremely specific and extremely tempo reliant. Because yeah, if in this position white plays f3 and d4 in one move, would you say black is strategically lost, or it's just very unpleasant?
Lost is strong, but might actually be f. In this position, you can go e4. It's a horrible version. Both your pieces are crippled by the structure. Yeah, white has the bishops.
Yeah,
I would
just wanted specifically to have this position on the board once to show it to the viewers and to explain that the bishop on b7 and knight on f6 are about as poorly placed here as they can be, and then the advantage of the two bishops against the non-two bishop light pair is becoming very, very telling.
I guess a guy like Magnus Grishuk played some great games with two bishops against bishop knight as well. They would expect to win most of the time here against any opponent. No,
yeah,
maybe that's strong. I don't know, but yeah, that's what white wants for sure. This f3 e4 construction is always what you go for against knight f6, bishop b7 in particular.
Yeah, that's the absolute dream. And yeah, knight d5 played not unexpectedly. We did think it was a very logical move. Bishop g3 or maybe knight d3, but I think the issue with knight d3 is that it doesn't actually stop knight takes f4, so I don't know why you would spend a tempo on that. Bishop g3 seems very logical, and then I'm guessing he means f6, because otherwise you're just putting your pieces in the way of exactly the kind of play we've been describing. e4 with a tempo would be quite painful here. Is it only d3? Can we make a case for knight c4? I don't think so. Looks very artificial.
Peter, earlier someone asked in the Chess24 chat if there are any good places to play some chess games in St. Petersburg.
I missed that. Right this moment, I'm not sure. Obviously, because of the pandemic situation, there's not really been a proper lockdown at any point, but people obviously aren't encouraged to gather in any kind of large numbers, and I don't know how the clubs operate, but there's definitely a number of clubs which in happier days were open every day of the week. I'm not very connected to that scene because I don't attend tournaments with prizes, and we can and just places. Just don't know how.
Please name them.
Been the host of any proper large.
What's
scale.
Called Chigorin Chess Club?
Yeah, the Chigorin Chess Club. Yeah, it's a very beautiful building. It's nice to visit if you can get past the Cerberus on the ground floor, because it's now been not exactly closed to the public, but you do have to sort of provide the reason for why you want to go upstairs. Ground floor is basically the place to hang.
Chess Club, not to be confused with the Chicken Chess Club. Very different animal.
Absolutely not. Yeah, different place altogether. There's a club called Overtime, which is also reasonably centrally located, which used to host weekenders and things.
That's only open 9 to 5, right?
Absolutely. And some more, but yeah, I don't know exactly what the situation is after the last 2 years.
There you go.
Interesting. So after h4 knight e5, Duda took with the bishop, not the pawn, which I think we kind of were wondering if that's stronger. And 5e just declines to take on e5 anymore at all. Says that if you can support it with f4, I'm not interested in allowing this structure change. Goes knight c6. The most logical reply here, considering what we did before, would be to take and play h5. But I guess black goes at e5 and says, your pieces aren't really, apart from the fact that the h file will be opened, the rest of your pieces don't look like they're very scary attackers of my king side. So not that.
So nowadays, do you even want to open the h file, or does he just want to go h6 check and then play a lovely game of chess? I'm very confused with these new h pawn marches.
Yeah, I think here maybe there's less of an argument for it because of how comfortable black is in the center. But for the exact same reason, I'm not sure I like hg either, because you might regret.
This looks like the h file might come back to haunt you.
Yeah, it might be one of them where you opened it to get mated later. And yeah, all in all, I think this is a good reaction by Fabi. Just making sure that the center gets challenged as quickly as possible, and then this kind of an attempt to launch something on the king side looks a lot less promising.
I have to leave from it. There's a situation in the house that I have to address. I'll be back in a couple minutes. You want to go on break, or you want to?
Actually, yeah, let's take a couple of minutes of break and go back.
Thanks for watching. Please remember, the Champions Chess Tour is coming back with more fun than ever. Every move matters. It's shorter, more action-packed, more star-studded. Is it studded or studded?
Studded, I think.
Studded, right?
Because they're all studs. Look at them.
Yeah. Sorry for the stuttering. There's Anish Giri. There's Magnus Carlsen. Those are just two chess players. So it's coming back in February. You will not want to miss that. And you will not want to miss the rest of the show. That shall continue in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Pomnishi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 7 of the Tata Steel Masters. We have 6 games still ongoing. Anish Giri won by default currently against Daniil Dubov, who refused to play the game. Long story, I'm sure chat can keep you updated. The short version is that, someone close to Dubov was tested positively. Dubov was tested negatively, but was waiting for the result of a PCR test that would come in after the game. The organization asked Dubov, and I think Giri as well, to wear masks for the game, and Dubov was not on board with that. He told me that he also had it specified before the event that there was no mask wearing needed during the games. So he forfeited this game. I'm not sure if he will appeal or protest that result or what the status is, but that's the current situation. We do have 6 games going on. One of those being Promotional against Magnus Carlsen. What's going on here?
I quite like having thought about it for a sec. I quite like Prague's position, and it's one of those situations where if you don't get rid of the bishop on d5 early, you might never have a particularly comfortable way of doing it. And Black is a bit tied up because you don't particularly want to play bishop b7. Taking on d5 suddenly makes White's entire position make a lot more sense. Let's say rook a d1 here. You even imagining the position after knight d5 is scary because Black is just hard pressed to find a good move. b6 b5 obviously indicates the desire to play b4 and then take on d5. Currently, it's a threat to win a piece, which is why rook a d1 is quite topical. If you go rook a d1 before, I think White goes knight e4. That would be my suspicion. And then you start being a bit worried for Black's king side. What do you think? This, I kind of assumed Magnus would just equalize here somehow, but the more I look at this, the less I think he's actually achieved anything.
Sharp, but somewhat unpleasant for Black, I would guess. I don't know. I glanced at the engine in the break. Engine, not a big fan of the Black position, like rook a d1, pawn to b4, knight e4. It looks like Black is not in time.
Yeah, knight g5 is a very, very annoying threat, and even if you go back, even this is not great, but you also might be getting mated after knight g5 or rook h5 or
could also happen.
Something like that, yeah.
So Magnus might objectively be in some trouble.
Yeah, but still,
not the kind of trouble where Black has to go, where White has to go to any excessive risks to punish him, but just make natural moves towards the center. Now and that can be happy.
Yep. So obviously, quite well booked up, the youngster, and has a very solid position. Is not even. I don't know why I said even, is not behind on the clock, which I think is very important because I think keeping the clock situation under control against Magnus is going to be relevant in a lot of cases, because he will ask you important questions at some point, and you probably don't want to play a complicated position with a time trouble looming. But also, I mean, Magnus spent 40 minutes to get here, but I still feel, in particular after you told me bishop a3 is one of the main moves, if not the main move of the bishop b3, b6, it feels to me that maybe this is a conscious choice by Magnus today. Maybe he is just, you're never happy to be worse in a chess game, but it's definitely a fighting worse position. There's plenty of pieces on the board. The play is quite complicated. So it feels to me that maybe he is sort of okay with all of this because he feels that eventually, class will out.
Yeah, it's the eternal trade-off when playing for a win with Black. You usually can't do it by having a great idea and being better at the opening. The reality is typically how much worse a position are you willing to accept in order to generate winning chances. And it could very well be that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at, we haven't seen much of this game, for example, since the opening. Richard Rapport, who lost to Magnus yesterday, before that had a good tournament, and Shahryar Mamedov, one of our co-leaders, who, had 4 timely draw offers, or I'm not sure if timely, but offered draws in positions where there was still play left, and won 2 games. Worked well for him. Here we are. What is this?
It should be a bit better for White, I suppose, but shouldn't be very much, because so much stuff got traded away that it's hard to imagine Black suffering horribly. But the White King is safer than the Black King. It's like in the center, it's not doing that poorly on e8, but with rooks unconnected, you're never entirely happy. And if you castle kingside, h4, h5 will become a bit of an issue. So. And I would actually play h4 maybe next move after bishop c6, for instance. I think bishop c6 is probably the most natural move here. And now, let's say if you choose between rook he1, which I think is an autopilot move here, you make very often just without thinking, and h4. I think I'm team h4, just to make it harder for Black to castle, or at least less attractive. From the Black side, I think king e7 might be very playable, though, so I don't know. It might be a bit of an empty gesture if we play h4. But rook he1 castles, it just looks to me like we don't really have anything at all. Castles, rook fd8, and then whatever play we have doesn't look like it's particularly scary.
Yeah, looks fine. Moving on to Jordan van Foreest against Vidit, where this position is on the board, bishop g3, f6, entering quite White's chances. So what could he do? Where does the knight go?
We thought d3, but probably not the only
Is there a case to be made for just going back?
I think the d3 and f3 are very similar squares. The reason I like d3 is that at least it wins a tempo for us, because it will demand a move from the rook. I think Black very likely plays e5. I mean, here specifically because of queen h4, there is some argument for not playing e5 so quickly, but it still looks like the most probable choice to me. And it gets quite concrete, actually. Do we like rook c2 in this position? Doesn't really do very much, but like maybe it provokes bishop d1, and maybe bishop d1 is not a very strong move, for instance. Like, it's a bit of a strange argument, but. And now we go back to c7 or c8, whichever square you will. Probably c7, yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure we should be forcing White to go bishop b3. Probably best to do without. And he goes knight c4, a move we mentioned, but I was unsure why it's that great. Creates a threat of bishop d6, once again semi-forcing Black to play e5 either immediately on the next move. Where does the queen go? g2? Question mark.
Looks logical.
Yeah. Now, ideally, you would probably want to play something like knight d7, knight f8, right, and then put pieces on the natural squares. Rook a d8, the other rook gets dropped back to c8, knight comes out to e6. That will be fine for Black, but that's a lot of moves. White probably will have something to say about all of this.
Start just pushing b4, bishop f3.
Yeah, let's go to c7 probably, yeah. And queen e6. And the knight on c4 is hanging, which is why. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be a very concrete position, because if White doesn't achieve anything while Black is finishing development, I think Black should be completely fine. But maybe Jordan
take your pawn, or what do you do after e4?
Yeah, I say I forgot about that move, and the forgot meta has been unfairly forgotten.
Chat, I'm not sure if you know this. Super Grandmasters, they never miss moves. They forget. It's a thing. It's chess lingo, but you need to be a Super Grandmaster in order to use. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, which is why I've been teaching myself to say I blundered this, I missed this.
No, you're a grandfather. Then you're 8-time Russian champion. You can forget all the moves you want.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the pass. E4 does look very annoying here. So how did we get here? Knight c4, we play d5. e5, it's not forced because there is knight c6 as well, which also chases the queen away. But after queen goes pretty much anywhere, you are now dealing with a dual threat of bishop d6 and b4. With the rook still on c5, it feels to me that developing the knight to c6 is extremely risky, because you're locking down your own rook on c5, and you might have to solve more tactical problems than you would ideally want.
Yeah.
So yeah, e5 looks logical, queen g2, and then we need to find a precise way to combine all the moves that we want to make. Maybe even start with knight c7, but that looks meh, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't look very exciting.
I'm not excited about knight c7.
Yeah, maybe we're just not very excited about this position in general.
That could be. Knight c6, b4 just does not work. Knight d7. Guess we could go all the way.
All the way, yeah.
Here.
But even here,
potential tempo here.
Before knight d6 might be an even more painful, thing. Unless it takes and knight d6 are.
Yeah, it just doesn't look very pleasant, does it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was somehow very skeptical about knight c4, but it looks a much stronger move than knight d3 that we looked at earlier. Jordan might be pressing here. In the Petrov that we were so excited about, a lot of pieces have come off, and I don't know if Niels actually has refuted the opening with this very fresh idea of going queen d3 and then taking on c5 and taking on d8.
Were we very excited? I thought he just mixed up something and queen d3 in this position after knight c5. Yeah. Also, to give Kayakin, the Minister of Defense, a die-hard Berlin player, this position after 9 moves, like, he's not going to be that scared, right? 2 bishops, pawn structure much better than Berlin.
It's completely irrelevant now, but can we just talk about queen e4 in this position for a second?
Sure.
How stupid is this?
I don't know. Castle, bishop d3 or what?
Yeah, and then castle, and try to keep the queens on, yeah. I was vaguely interested in this. No, we're not. Come on, why are you doing this to me?
You have to be more specific. If I'm given a choice, I'll always castle kingside. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think bishop d6 probably, yeah, and you're fine, but this looked like it might be, at least an attempt to justify previous play without trading too many pieces. But yeah, it doesn't look very impressive. Bishop d6, I think, is a very good move. And the initiative, such as it is running out. So yeah, he ended up just trading everything and going for the position that he currently has. Niels, that is, and I think black is completely fine in any number of ways. Is there any way for Sergei to be better?
Like Niels is saying, let's exchange one of your bishops, sir.
Yeah, the alternative is h6, which I think is playable. Knight f7, bishop h4. But it's probably not particularly an ambitious play for win type position, right? Even though I think it's entirely playable.
Bishops.
Bishop 8, yeah, drop it back to f6. Knight on e5 looks beautiful, but I think the bishop on e8 controls it quite well. So
distance 4. If your bishop is 4 squares away from an enemy knight, it often controls it, even though this knight is quite active. And yes, it is 4 squares. Don't tell me it's 2, 3, whatever. 4. 1,
2.5.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, h6.
Let's split the difference in an extremely weird way and say 2.5 for some reason. H6 definitely an option, and h6 really probably the only option for black here if Sergei wants to play for anything but a very safe draw, because bishop g5 hg rook e8 I don't think he's even remotely worse. I think it's just a draw. No? It's completely fine. Yeah, rook h1, bishop f5. We're not going to be in trouble. If we take on e8, it's going to be a draw. It's just equal, but yeah, white also never ever loses this position. So keeping the bishops on the board is the way to go there for any kind of instability. Whoa, he went b5.
So 3, b5. Takes h6.
Yeah, this one, bishop b6.
Oh, bishop g5 is good enough.
Yeah, bishop g5 is probably simpler, yeah. So if white goes knight h7, there's pawn h4 is hanging. Okay. I wanted to do this and then play bishop d3 and claim that the knight is not actually caught, but it doesn't need to be caught. Bishop takes h4 is perfectly legitimate here to begin with.
Knight does not have a bright future.
No. So is there a tactical way to deal with this that we will be happy with? Rook d1? Question mark, question mark. I guess he just wants to go bishop e8 and not have a worry in the world. Yeah, seems like a good option for black if he just ends up solving the problem of defending f7 without trading any light pieces and also without trading f7 for h4, and then he gets to play h6, bishop f6. Black could definitely be a bit better.
He is a bit better, no?
Yeah, feels like it. For instance, bishop d3, h6, and already kind of awkward choices.
Yeah.
Knight f3, bishop f6, rook e8 next move. If the rooks come off, it becomes kind of horrible for white, actually, I think.
No, this looks like serious troubles. Not sure we're in time to create enough of a distraction, but long term, this could be better. 95, 6, yeah. No, something's gone very wrong for Niels, and I still have a feeling that he mixed up something, that maybe he wanted castles queen d3, and there's some knight d7 line there. He thought it was the same. But here after knight c5. I mean, this is just not a position you go for out of the opening, is it?
No, it doesn't look very, very exciting.
We're reading white is better in the Carlsen game. Yeah, rook ft1 has been played. So rook 81, Stuart is saying white is better.
Yeah. Yeah, the engine I think was preferring rook 81 because it was playing e4 and rook fe1 to follow it up, which was logical, but I don't think this is a horrible mistake. d1 and c1 also look like very, very natural squares for those rooks.
Queen c7 played by Magnus. Doesn't want to go b4 yet because then knight e4 seemed to be tough to meet. I guess, yeah, he still wants to keep his options open. Maybe now b4 is more of a threat where he could then after. Let's make some stupid move. You could be in time to do this.
Yeah, this is an improvement, even though I'm still not 100% certain black is entirely fine. But it's a better version without the pin on the d7 knight, with the queen on a better square and so on. But yeah, apart from the kind of semi-passing moves like h3 or rook ac1 or any of those moves, you can also go e3, e4, supporting the bishop that way. And I think before knight e2, we're probably not going to be very unhappy. Knight d5, e5, and that knight will get into the game via the g3 square quite easily and quite comfortably. Looks like a problematic position for black still, because just behind in development, kingside seems a bit bare. Definitely a playable option for Prague.
Yeah. He probably also has to go, or has to, is a bit strong, but not sure he wants any part of this.
Yeah, rook ac1 is a very comfortable autopilot move, but I'm not sure there's any particular line in which we need it on the c-file. So, in a strange way, h3 might end up being the more useful option, because in a lot of these positions, I think we will end up having the white rooks doubled on the d-file. So we could definitely see h3 being something that white likes, and the rook on c1 eventually just gets moved to d1 anyway. Very complex position. How would you describe what Shahryar has done against Richard there? Do you think he's playing for like active counterplay, or is he just unhappy with what the normal moves looked like, so he's trying to shake it up a little bit? Because I'm
trying to incarcerate his own bishop.
Yeah, I'm very much unsure as to.
Reminds me of this Catalan line where this will take half an hour to put a position that's not very similar to the one on the board.
Yeah, I know which one you mean, and there is definitely some parallels.
And here, yeah, it's a little more graphic, because this bishop really doesn't have any squares. But yeah, bishop a4 followed by b5. He's trying to take this square away from both rooks, but how big a deal is that? This rook can go here.
It's taking the square away. Also, he obviously won a tempo by attacking the rook on a4, so he prevented Wijk from doing something more constructive than just playing rook d1, d2. And he's sort of hinting at, probably not the immediate before, but a5 and before, I think specifically, which I guess needs to be addressed in some way, because allowing it with the king steal and c1 and without any achievements on the king side would be potentially quite painful. But on the other hand, I think with the bishop on a4, white suddenly starts feeling quite optimistic about endgames again. Meaning that, let's say, rook e1 castles queen e5 is now a thing that might make sense. As an example, just trying to get the queens off the board and then say your bishop on a4 is so stupid. A Sicilian endgame, which normally is a thing black never fears, because structurally black is supposed to be completely fine in Sicilian endgames. It might not be a very safe here because of how misplaced your bishop on a4 is.
We have sound interference. Apologies. I have my cell phone a little close to my speakers, maybe. Sometimes that causes these two to fight. Sorry, I'm not sure that was it.
As usual, I think it's on my end, and we've investigated and found no particular solution for it, but I don't think it's horrible. Or we would have had chat being wall to wall, what's with your sound, and Mr. Destructoid, and all of that.
Fortunately, the chat is always very willing to answer anytime someone new arrives and says, just arrived, what happened in Giri Dubov, which I've seen plenty. But yeah, I guess we have to bring it up every now and then. So Dubov did not show up to the game. The backstory is someone in his circle tested positive for COVID. I don't know the timeline. Dubov has tested negative multiple times, but yeah, took a PCR test this morning and they were awaiting the results to come after the game. The players were asked to wear a mask today, and Dubov refused to do that during the game. Also pointing out that it was very specifically agreed before the tournament that he does not have to wear a mask before playing. So he chose to forfeit the game. That's the status.
Yep. Also, exclamation mark Dubov gives you a shorter version of the same. This is very much like Queen A4 by Jan Krzysztof, and
I should say I'm not sure if he chose to forfeit the game. He chose not to show up for the game. I have no idea if there are any protests or whatever.
Yeah, that hasn't really been clarified exactly, but the end result for today's game we know, and also people have been asking, and I think this is a very valid question which hasn't really been addressed all that much yet, is whether this concerns today or potentially the entire tournament. And the statement put out by the organizers very specifically only mentions today. I don't think there is currently any mention anywhere of his participation in the rest of the tournament being in danger. But obviously, like if they insist, I think maybe it's sort of conditional on the results of the PCR test, I would assume, because the fact that the results of the latest PCR test were not known at the time of the start of the game is, I think, something that specifically gets mentioned by the statement. But yeah, no mention of any kind of expulsion or anything like that as of today, as I understand it.
Note. What is this position? Duda against Caruana after Fabi lost this shocker yesterday. He's in for certainly another fight today against Duda. I like knight f1, and I'm starting to like White's position a bit here. This cardspot structure with these pieces, doesn't it look somewhat pleasant?
Yeah, I think the recent like 3 moves when I went from thinking black is completely fine. Yeah, Queen A4 is a very clever move, right? Because yeah, there's this hint of an idea of taking on C5 and going Queen H4, and that was enough for Fabi to go for a structure change, which normally you don't particularly love with the black pieces here. It still is a very concrete position, and if black gets some kind of an E7, E7, E5 break under favorable circumstances, I think black will be completely fine. But I'm not sure. I've been trying to work out exactly how to get there, and so far I'm not succeeding.
Yeah, CD4 is a bit of a concession here, let's say, with the light squared bishops. Maybe it had to be done.
And knight f1 is a very interesting move, yeah.
Yeah, it looks
because E7, E5 is sort of a very, very natural and semi-telegraphed source of counterplay for black, meaning that I think many people would have been tempted to just go knight f3 to make it less attractive. But the knight is much better positioned on e3. So Jan Krzysztof, clearly after evaluating what's happening after e5, he decided that e5 does not need to be stopped, or attempted to be stopped by such measures, and it's perfectly fine to just go knight f1, e3, and the rest will take care of itself. I guess e5 he goes just d takes e5. Very importantly, queen e5, queen c6 doesn't seem to work, meaning that black has to take with the knight, and then we go knight e3, queen d4, and consolidate in exactly the way that we would like to. Yeah, very interesting game potentially. Very disbalanced structure. The white king still on e1, which you don't see very often by move 15 in London.
Yeah. Although maybe we have to question everything we thought we knew when we thought this is a principal line for white and this is just a way to play chess. Maybe that's no longer true. Maybe this is just as principled. And it's just a question what's more or less explained. Who knows? This looks very logical too. Get the bishop out. I am starting to slowly come around on the London being a good opening, although it hurts me.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had that same experience very recently when I had to finally look at the London properly.
Oh, why did you have to look at the London?
I didn't really, but I made the choice. It's everything in life is a choice, and fulfilling contractual obligations and putting out an excellent source for all the chess openings, apart from the ones covered by you, because that cannot be improved, is still a choice.
What Peter's trying to say, his new course, the Grunfeld Part 2, covering all the sidelines after 1d4, and I'm assuming c4 and knight f3.
Yeah, those are
very.
If
you're a Grunfeld player, is out now on chessable.com/Peter. You can get his first Grunfeld course and his brand new second Grunfeld course. Check it out. I'm being told it's excellent. I'm also being told that my course on e4, e5 is fantastic by close relatives. Pawn to h4, g3, and bishop takes h4, g3, and bishop back to d8. This looks bad.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, I assume Niels wants to do something like f4 here, but if black actually kind of accepts the challenge and goes f6, and then just slowly comes out of the court, like rook b8, b6, d6, or e6 or something. Like, does knight on h7 actually escape? And if it does, how does it escape? I'm very confused about all of this. Yeah, f4 played. We'll see what Sergei thinks about this, because obviously he is not obliged to do this. He can just allow knight g5. He will still be a little bit better, maybe not very much, but a little bit better. But the way to play for the maximum is, of course, to try to keep the knight on h7 at all costs. Does it cover the improved bonk cloud? Asks such skill much impress. No, that actually got left out, and I apologize. This will be in the updated version. d4 followed by king d2 against any move is not something that I covered in any detail.
Oh?
Although it does
Maybe
seem
you got
like
lucky that most of the meme openings are after 1e4, so maybe you can get by without covering them. Might be in Lawrence's course.
Yeah, b6 against anything. d4, b6, king d2. And then we start analyzing. On a more serious note, which is something that nobody wants, obviously, I suspect f6 is not that great, because the black's position is also very cramped, and the knight on h7, despite having no moves, is going to be very difficult to even attack. So I think Sergei probably allows knight g5, and then they play on.
Right.
Fabio went for a very interesting choice. He played g6, g5 after knight f1, just forcefully closing down any possibility of the h file ever getting opened up.
Now you throw in some h6 check. No, you say.
Yeah, I think you do it at a certain point, maybe already here, and probably queen b3, right? Because you want to make the counterplay slightly slower by attacking on the d5 pawn. Otherwise, maybe even the immediate e5 is playable. Also, f5, f4 might be something that black wants in some positions. It's a bit better for white, no?
Looks very pleasant.
e6, and then you have to answer the question of where does the king go from e1, if anywhere, but feels like it should be a bit better.
Yeah. Where does it go, though? Not sure where we want it. Probably not on the queen side. No, I'm still scared of attacks here. Although maybe white can just say, I'll checkmate you before you checkmate me.
Yeah, we go b5 immediately here or something. Yeah, I'm just...
No, it looks a bit scary. Maybe you just leave it where it is.
Yeah, I think it's actually, if not for the fact that you want the rooks connected, I think I would have left it on e1, yeah. Maybe you just go like, I don't know, rook h5, rook g8, king g2, and then rook ah1, and then we return it to e1 and keep it there.
Looks like an interesting battle in the making. We haven't seen the Jordan Vidit game for a while, where knight c4. Bishop
a6 is a clever reply. Creating a threat of knight c6, and also, of course, bishop d6, rook takes c4 is the tactical justification for all of this.
Obviously. Does this line continue, by the way? And queen c5 for...
Queen c... No, queen c5.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Well, no.
Maybe knight c5 for now?
I thought I just saw some... yeah, this.
No, but then rook d1. I mean, this is still not the end of the line.
Hang on. Queen f4?
Queen, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I'd seen some.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. And we unpin.
So knight c6 is a huge threat. Maybe we just play b3 though. Maybe there's enough time to just play b3 and then drop the queen back.
Sad, but maybe it's fine. Yeah. We stabilize, we could still be better. Here.
b2 or d2, probably b2, yeah.
I don't know.
Knight a5, maybe. Oh no, yeah, maybe knight a5. Trying to continue solving everything by
trickery.
Yeah, trickery. Play fast, play confidently. Play for tricks. There's a very cute line here which I was trying to figure out and still not sure. Knight takes a5. Bishop takes e2, which I thought was fine. And now bishop d6. And I was sure it's not working, but I honestly don't know why it's not working. It seems to be working-ish, which is a bit unfair.
Beautiful.
I guess maybe queen c6, knight c5, and bishop b5 or something, but yeah, just I thought it was a kind of a funny geometrical idea, which you don't see very often. Completely irrelevant. None of this will happen. Let's go back. But yeah, just these days I get amused very easily, or not at all. I have two settings. We are not amused, or we are amused by absolutely the smallest thing imaginable.
What does it depend on? On the day?
Yeah, like I'm very meteo dependent. Yeah, like if the barometer has dropped, I might be in a sulky mood for the entire day, and nothing ever amuses me.
Oh, sorry. h6, king h8 check has been played in the Duda game. What about Yesipenko against Shankland, aka the game?
AKA the game. Yeah, I no longer have any idea what is happening.
So Queen E3 was played. Queen E4.
Which I think was one of the suggested moves by the machine. Maybe even the suggested move by the machine.
Was the move. Some subtle queens going to squares. Things are happening.
Yeah. Comedians getting coffee in cars. Chess players moving queens to squares.
Good stuff.
Yes. Excellent stuff.
On to D6.
Well, structurally, Black is doing, I think, quite well. The question is whether we can use the currently slightly better, slightly safer king position to our advantage as White, but I don't know. Like rook e1, queen f5, it's just extremely annoying because the pawn on c2 is going to be kept under attack for...
If I go h6 trying to give a check, do you stop me from giving that check?
No.
So I want to give a check.
So you said, yeah, but I can probably play e5 to begin with and then...
Check.
King d8 maybe.
Or check.
That check I blundered entirely and now I'm completely lost maybe. Yeah. h6 is interesting. I can play queen f5 maybe here to stop you from...
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
A wild check. But maybe you go bishop g7 or what have you. Trying to get the rook to the g7 square. Still a very weird position.
Absolument. Sam, as we know, fluent in French, maybe other languages. A true cosmopolitan.
Absolutely.
And he's playing the Sicilian here. At some point, Sam, I don't know. I'm not sure if he can recite the Marseillaise, but he's an expert on it for sure.
Ah, that reminds me. I still owe Fresse a Marseillaise sung on stream.
Oh.
It's a good thing I no longer stream, so I don't actually have to fulfill those obligations. But
this is a stream of some nature. No, was it specified what stream?
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be on like it's definitely not happening right now. But yeah, when I lost to him in one of the Banter thingies, he absolutely destroyed me in the first round of one of the Banter thingies. I think it wasn't made a precondition of the match, but I kind of took it upon myself to have Marseillaise sung on stream in as a way of congratulating him on his valiant victory. And it hasn't been done yet.
Not sure why you would remind us of it, but very, very happy. Any day, whenever you're ready. F3 played by Yesipenko.
Did he just call it a thing again, says Dodgy. Why am I... Yeah, I had a feeling I'm going to upset some people. It may have been the MDI too. And yeah, judging by the amount of question marks being used by Dodgy in chat right now, it probably was the MDI too.
What does MDI2 stand for?
Digital... What, media digital something. It's a format. It's like the very early like stages of development of what is now MPEG 4 and. But I don't remember exactly what the letters stand for.
Media digital interface. Oh, okay.
Probably, yeah.
And 2?
Well, it's the second iteration of the interface. Just says he forgot. Yeah, he absolutely forgot, yeah.
What else is going on?
Not very much. Nothing is ever going on.
I've been watching a lot of Cobra Kai last night. Is that a good or a bad thing? Still a little under the weather, so I thought streaming or reading or anything but lying on the couch watching something that I don't have to pay attention to was asking for way too much. So I settled on Cobra Kai. And I quite liked it. I didn't pay any attention. But sometimes, there are kids fighting each other. Sometimes there is Daniel LaRusso being a bit of a jerk. Like, what's not to like?
Yeah. The only Cobra Kai I've been watching, there's a... he's currently fighting for his life in episodes. That's a bit of a spoiler, though. But yeah, for those of you who have not yet watched the entirety so far of the run of the Peacemaker, there's a character there who is nicknamed, well, I mean, somewhat disparagingly, Cobra Kai. That's not his actual name, though.
Yeah.
I think he's named Judo Master, but they call him Cobra Kai, I think, once or twice.
See. No worries, chat. No spoilers coming. I will say, though, that I always agreed with Barney Stinson that the real Karate Kid was Johnny Lawrence, played by William Zabka from Cobra Kai Dojo. I still feel that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand why we've played f3 in this position now that we have it on the screen. I mean, chasing the queen away from e4 makes sense, but f5 is a comfortable square, and we also have lost any connection with our h5 pawn, which will mean that it might actually start hanging.
Yeah. Feels like we're restricting our own queen, but what do I know?
Mm-hmm. I guess
Duda, in the meantime, has said about the king. I'll leave it here. Rook d1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, I think nailing his colors to the mast as to where the king goes. And the answer, I think it goes nowhere. It just stays on e1. I'm not sure what we want, though, with white. Like, black definitely wants to play like rook a e8 and then perhaps go for some kind of a 5 f4 and then a 6 e5 plan. Does white want to play c4? Because that really is just about the only proactive thing that white has left. There's really no attack on the king side to speak of. The queen is many, many moves away from arriving on any kind of a sensible square. So I've been looking at ideas of playing c3, c4, but I don't really like them very much. From the black side, do you start with f5 or do you start with rook a8 here, or do you make a third unspecified move here?
I'm scared. I'm always scared that one day, after all kinds of complications, things will open up, and then it's going to be a back rank mate, a g7 mate. It's pawn on h6. Worries me. Okay, so f5, c4. What do? You go queen b4, knight a5. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Against f5 in particular, c4 does gain something in strength. It feels. Yeah, queen c3. In particular, d takes queen c3 looks like it might be quite annoying. Yeah. The pawn h6 always is very much a source of, like, perhaps not very intense, but never-ending annoyance. You just never know exactly how to deal with it. Rook a c8 played. I think a very strong indication that Fabi also dislikes the lines in which White could get to play c3, c4, because otherwise it's not easy to explain what the rook is doing on that square. Very slow move.
Yep. All right, Twitch chat. I see one more misspelling of my name. Banhammer is coming. Here we go. Reason misspelled Gustafsson. Ale. Brodinski.
I'm just gonna watch this.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Because obviously chat will continue pushing you. And
yeah, do your thing. Gustafsson. Killed the verse. Misspelled Jan.
I like the commitment too.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while, but we can do this all day. Just stop giving the reason. You know the reason.
I also like the impression you are currently giving off of somebody typing with one finger, but still.
No, I'm clicking on my iPad. It's tedious work, but it's got to be done. Oops, I banned the whole Twitch chat. It's a pity. I also really seem to be enjoying the process.
Yeah, I can't really. I wanted to say something, but then I realized I don't actually know the answer to.
All right. This has been fun. Let's go back to the chess. Pawn to h4.
Yeah, this thing is getting quite het up.
By the way, I'm only banning for purposeful misspellings because I know no one can spell my last name. That's fine. On Chess24, I'll just block those of you who did it on purpose, so I don't have to read your stuff anymore. Very disrespectful. H4.
What's the reply to B4 exactly?
I don't know.
I was trying to figure out. Yeah, but that doesn't. HG is not a strong enough threat. I can just take on C3. I'm sort of confused by what Richie is doing here because, like, AB C4 doesn't look remotely comfortable. Although Bishop B3, you might just get completely destroyed. What's the and White clearly had bailouts available along the way, so Richie has done this very much on purpose, and so far I have no idea what the purpose is. So confusing. Bishop B3? H5, Rook A8. I think we kind of get mated.
We're not first.
Not by a long stretch, no. Yeah, it gets a bit close, but White does get mated faster.
Yeah, just want to show them. Zero-One Kel is saying, is he allowed to ban people for silly reasons? Let's find out, Zero-One Kel. This is fun. Power corrupts so quickly. H4 played. What does the computer say here? No, it doesn't give b4. Computer, why?
But why
b4,
though?
h5.
Yeah, take on c3.
bc, h6.
Ah, this is
cd, king d2. There's no proper check.
Yeah, completely missed the fact that h6 is this strong here. This is very, very interesting by Richard, yeah. So yeah, the idea of h4, h5, h6 is strong enough that white can completely ignore what's happening on the other side of the board.
But
yeah, Vidit goes e5. The rook on c5 looks like it's in danger, but there is no way to exploit it immediately. And rook c1, I assume he wants to play something like knight a5. Or maybe b5, but I think knight a5 is more likely. Who knows though, yeah, it's still a bit of a mess. Knight takes, bishop takes here, bishop takes e2. I don't know why I was so happy about all of this, but maybe it's playable.
what order do you do? Do you take here? Or?
No, I wanted to go bishop e2 straight away.
Directly. Yes, bishop is an idiot, right? Probably.
Yeah, it's specifically because it's on g3 and has no moves, yeah. I'm still not entirely sure I don't lose any material here, but if I don't, maybe it's playable for black. And I will mention that after rook c1, there is, I think, maybe a safer option of playing b6, b5, forcing the knight away, and then like taking on c1, going rook c8, something like that. White could also just castle and not even, you know, insist on creating the immediate threat of b3 before. Finishing development is valuable in and of itself. Not sure. I guess black goes rook ac8 and maybe b5 knight c3 might be a threat. b5 knight c3 may have been playable even on the previous move, but just gonna try not to spoil our structure, but
I guess we go back. Does this achieve so much? Looks. Oh, you want?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I've gained some space, but maybe it's all a very. Yeah, I think maybe I've just way overestimated what that does after bishop f3. I was kind of happy to. I thought create unpleasant threats, but they aren't really all that unpleasant.
All right, Twitch chat. Let's debate this, because Siegel is saying, "God, change title to Peter Svidler and the one who must not be named." Don't you think? I think it's okay once or twice, but to misspell somebody's name on purpose multiple times, it's not nice, right? I don't think I'm overreacting here. Also, I gave you a fair warning. Like, it's at this point, it's just a deal we have, and I'm just saying on purpose. I fully understand if you misspell names. I misspell Peter Svidler every time I write it. It's wrong on my screen. It's P-E-T-R, no?
Sort of, yeah, but that one nobody, like legitimately nobody cares about. It gets you know, there's been some funny instances, like it's been misspelled on various, you know, boxes of swag that the St. Louis Chess Club occasionally gives away, like these little packets with hoodies and, you know, caps and mugs and things, and occasionally my name has been misspelled on those. Yeah, which, considering they've been employing me for the past 5 years, never ceases to be funny. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of misspelling people's names. I'm also generally not a very banhammery kind of person, but you have to indulge yourself occasionally.
Yeah. Now it's happening.
And yeah, the remains of our chat were demanding we return to the Magnus game, which I think...
Yeah, let's do it.
Hang on, but 1 sec though. Can we just very briefly, in the Sicilian, because before h5 is on the board now in the Sicilian, so there's one line there which we haven't really discussed. Okay, I figured it out. We still should show it though.
Seriously, why are you calling this a power trip? I said very clearly, next person that misspells, or next people that misspell my name on purpose get banned. It's your choice, not mine. Moving on. How's Magnus doing? Magnus Carlsen, double S. Oh no, it's one S. He's fine.
Yeah, his a4 seemed like it may not have been the... I think the whole sequence of rook fd1 followed by a4. I think Prague playing a4 explains why he chose the rook that he chose, because now the rook on a1 is participating in the game without needing to be moved from its starting square. But it's a bit slow, and playing on the queen side doesn't seem as critical as...
So where did it go wrong? A4 you...
Wrong is maybe strong. And also, interestingly, apparently Magnus could have played b4 here and had an instantly very good position. b4 followed by...
Why didn't you, Magnus?
Yeah. Takes stakes. And the difference is apparently we want to go c5, c4 here against many ideas. No, maybe not in every single spot, but in a number of positions here, c5, c4 with the pawn on a4 instead of a2 becomes a much stronger option than it was earlier. So, you know, definitely was a possibility, but h6 not horrible. h6 is a move which black very often needs anyway, so understandable that Magnus decides not to engage in any kind of immediate calculations. Spare the rod, spoil the chat. Yeah, something like that. And now, yeah, you can get excited by the fact that there's strictly the only move that Magnus can make in this position, which isn't horrible, but it's not a difficult move. You don't want to be playing b5 before when it allows knight b5, so queen b6 looks like a very logical choice here, stopping the loss of the pawn on b5, basically.
Yeah, looks like Magnus's bold strategy could pay off for him.
It could potentially, yeah. He's still not doing all that great, but...
Yeah, he's not exactly winning.
Yeah, his position definitely improved, and you can sort of... Once you've played queen b6, it is actually sort of white that runs out of immediate proactive things to do, so... The engine even suggests that you can spend a couple of moves on rook e8 and bishop f8. Something that I think will be very close to Magnus's heart, because it's something he's done so many times in the Spanish. This, of course, not a Spanish by a long stick, but still, it's a maneuver that I think Magnus will find very natural.
So what is going on here?
Yeah, here I wanted to show a specific line here, which was b takes c3.
This is on the board, yeah? We should just mention. Like to move here.
And cb, yeah. For a second there, I couldn't figure out why c takes b2 was losing. But then after king takes b2,
because king b1, queen c1, and black actually wins.
Yeah, that wins for black because there's b1 check there after king a2, and then queen takes d2. But here, yeah, rook b8, and I thought, why is this so great? But you have king a1, rook a2, and you're just in time to control all the squares.
Quite a queen, huh?
And the mate still comes on the other side of the board, not here. So apparently, Shach now only has one move that doesn't lose on the spot. But because there's only one move here that doesn't lose on the spot, I think he is extremely likely to make it. And that's the move h7, h6. Just hard stopping the h-pawn from arriving at its destination.
Oof.
And then the counterplay on the other side of the board once again becomes quite meaningful.
He's also thinking, no, he probably just like everyone did, that this actually works for white. Kudos to Rapport for having spotted this. Once again, if h6 cd, king d2, it's just not a single check that doesn't lose the queen. And white wins, because this is a pretty powerful threat.
Yeah, and
we're getting a lot of action in the challengers, shall we?
Yeah, let's take a look. I had it open. There were some fun positions, but
the challengers is it used to be called B group. It's no longer called that, but it's the second tournament, often a mix of locals and up and coming youngsters. Usually there's some female participants as well. So it's always a fun field, and the winner qualifies for the Masters, for the top group the next year. We didn't have a challenger due to the pandemic last year, but now it's back. Arjun Erigaisi has been dominating so far with 5.5 points out of 6, 5 wins in a row. How's he doing today?
Not very hot, but I mean, it's still a very sharp Sicilian position, but feels like Jumabayev has been playing it quite well, and Black is still struggling to generate any meaningful counterplay, even though, somewhat remarkably, our current #1 line on the screen goes f4, bishop f2, e4, and then white just ignores it, plays bishop b1 or queen c3 or something. Sorry, queen c2, not queen c3. Which instantly makes you like this better.
This is unclear.
If white's best play here is just allowing e4, e3, you obviously don't hate this position all that much. But yeah, as an alternative viewpoint to that, if the engine actually likes the position after queen c2, e3, bishop b1 to this extent for white, it's probably telling you something about the overall quality of the black setup. In the old Dutch duel, Lucas is seemingly close to winning against Erwin Lemy. This looks really horrible.
Oof, Erwin's piece is not having a great day.
No. And
he's not even material up. No, it's just
yeah, Erwin just looks like he mixed up the move order quite badly there, because after bishop b7 you're supposed to start with queen e2. And I think he just
b1 is the main move now?
Well, both of them are
b2 also exists.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's this. Yeah, it's this line, rook e1 b5. Yeah, but there is also. Yeah, oh yeah, the one I thought of is not in
by
this.
Far the main move.
In this position. Yeah, of course, rook e1. But yeah, he went bishop c6 and queen e2.
Just a very strange choice.
There are some positions in which specifically that idea works, because bishop f5 runs into g4, but it's clearly not here.
You just play.
Yeah, so it's you just end up playing a very, very suboptimal.
I mean, if we compare it to the Berlin, imagine in this position, you took. It's not even a good. It's a bad comparison. But yeah. You just lose time and give up the 2 bishops. White doesn't even get any structural benefits. So this was horrible.
Queens are still on. Black gets to castle comfortably. Yeah, like all the good things about the Berlin without any of the bad things, pretty much. So yeah, already huge trouble for Erwin, and it did not really improve since. His pieces are pushed further and further back. Yeah, looks very, very unpleasant for.
Sometimes Erwin, yeah, he has these blackouts in the opening. But yeah, this certainly is one of them. It looks like.
Yeah, if you imagine the queenside being
going down today,
if White could just kind of get a promise from Black never to play on the queenside, maybe you could play like Bishop G1 and F3 and slowly start coming out of the corner. But Black can at any time open a second front with something like B5, and White's position will start crumbling. Yeah, just a very poor day so far at the office for Erwin. Not an enjoyable position to have by move 20 with the white pieces. Something has gone badly wrong, yeah. Some kind of yeah, this position I couldn't really work out. Seems like Polina is doing well, but I just couldn't really figure out exactly how well. This is a curious line. This is one of those lines which sort of didn't exist 5 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, and has now become very, very topical and very heavily discussed, right? This idea of going bishop b5 and then playing an open Sicilian anyway after e697.
Yeah, this has become a thing. It's so weird, but it has become a very, very serious line.
Yeah, it's probably now the absolute central reply to e6 knight g7, I would argue. And there's been some spectacular games here, like the Geary Carlsen game, which went queen b6, bishop b3, takes a4. Probably not going to be very much repeated because the engines do suggest it's a draw. But one of the more fun-looking new ideas you will have seen recently. That wasn't actually, yeah, that was instead of knight g6. And yeah, and they ended up playing some kind of a, at first, very normal looking hedgehog, but I think Polina made more progress in the meantime, and the current position is a bit sus for Max.
C1, what's that about?
Yeah, I think she's just trying to kind of keep things under control and not let Black make any easy moves. There's definitely good ways to play more aggressively than Polina chose, but still a nice position because she gets to take on c5 with the knight pretty much at her discretion, because taking on e3 is going to make the pawn on d6 extremely weak. And then a couple of bishops, solid structure, just always going to be solidly a little bit better for White. Not easy to move any of the pieces. There's also a bit of a callback to yesterday's Masters round in the game between Ganguly and Morzin. I have a feeling it probably must have been a very similar opening to the one in the Caruana-Giri game, but looks very different now.
So let's have a look.
It's a bit further up, yeah. Oh, it's actually a completely different opening, but did end up looking surprisingly similar.
So weird. This is actually a very serious line.
Mm-hmm.
And knight f3, d5, d3. Like, people properly play this trying to fight for an opening advantage, and there's no easy solution for Black. Which, yeah, had you told the great masters of, not that long ago, I guess, the 2000s, they would have laughed in you.
They would have laughed you out of the room, yeah. And in particular, if you consider like what the main lines, at least as I understand them, look there, which is, I think, d, queen d1, king d1, knight f6, knight fd2, and g5 maybe immediately. Like g5, a4, rook g8 or something, I think is definitely one of the main machines.
Yeah, this is a big line, apparently.
Yeah. And or G4 or H5, and it starts this extremely weird kind of a arms race where both sides just completely ignore what the other side is doing on the other flank. And
Yep. And this is the last warning, because I like you and you did a great drawing. But I think I've been very specific. Sorry, just for context. I'm in an ongoing battle with the Twitch chat, who are bullying me by misspelling my name on purpose. Now, if you're called Gustafsson, first of all, you're completely used to your name being misspelled. And also, I do read 10 times every day. Oh, so you're the son of Gustav, or will your son be called Gustav, or Gustav Jansson? That's all fine. But I don't think, and I might have been guilty of that once or twice, that it's that nice to constantly misspell people's name on purpose. So I said, I'd start banning everyone who does. And we've been having this little dance ever since. Also, you're a mod, Zaza Weiss? I'm very specifically saying, stop this. So here we are. And I'll do some more banning, but it wouldn't be much easier if we could stop doing this, because it also distracts me from the show, frankly. And I don't want to ban everybody.
Yeah, and returning to these structures, White is once again not doing hot at all in these types of structures, because currently a4, a3 forces you to make a very uncomfortable move, bishop b2, c3, because otherwise you lose the e5 pawn, and then your position really doesn't look very promising at all. So Surya, after losing a kind of a crushing game to Arjun yesterday, is in severe danger today against the Russian youngster. Not really enjoying playing against the up-and-comers, seemingly. Jonas Bulbieri is pretty much completely winning out of the opening against Robin Vogel. I'm mispronouncing that, right? It's just Vogel. Yeah, it's not. There's no any diphthongs there. How do you pronounce that name?
Vogel?
Vogel, yeah. Vogel.
Vogel. Yeah.
Vogel. Okay, yeah. Completely winning.
It's a bird.
I know it's a bird. I'm just. I've been kind of inventing vowels to use there. There's just no need to use as many unnatural vowels as I was using in his name. Yeah, bishops too strong, knights too misplaced. Material equality so far, the evaluation on our screen is +5, which is normally not a very good sign, considering black hasn't actually lost any material as yet. Yeah, something has gone badly wrong. It's one of those. It's actually been one of the, I think, the Dubov gambits, or at least an attempt to play a Dubov type gambit in Spanish, but this one backfired quite badly.
A4, knight, A5. Yeah, there are some half dodgy but interesting lines here, like A4, D5, or A4, knight, A5. They probably will never reach mainline status like bishop b7, b4, and nowadays rook b8 also has become a serious move, which are the three sort of normal ways to parry the threat of a takes b5. But yeah, this line exists, and white can take this pawn, after which black can argue that the white pawn formation is not very pretty, or he can go bishop.
Yeah, I think for me the bigger problem would be exactly bishop a2, because if you play those knight a5 pawn sacrifices, you want at least to make sure that you get the bishop. And as we see in the game right now, yeah, not getting the bishop often leads to a lot of trouble. And yeah, now before knight takes e5, yeah, already the evaluation on that screen seems to kind of scream that you can't do this. Don't do this to yourself. And yeah, probably not going to end well for the young German player. And seems like Daniel Darda already won his game, which...
How do you do that?
By absolutely destroying the white queen side and delivering mate, apparently.
We're being told to go back to rapport. Yeah, let's do that in the challengers today. Eric Geisy, who's been crushing, looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Other than that, a lot of interesting fighting games. And let's have a look at how.
So yeah, Shah unsurprisingly does, of course, find
rapport game has developed.
Find the move h6 because the alternative was to resign, and you have to be a very special kind of idiot to resign in the position where you don't have to resign. And now it takes c4, and once again, I think it plays to his in his favor that apparently, apart from queen g5, everything else is absolutely horrible. Our counterplay with bishop b3 and rook a8 is no longer quick enough because of just how quickly the king side is getting destroyed there. Still wouldn't be entirely obvious to me, honestly. Like, I would have to actually calculate, but not shocked that it's not fast enough. Did Peter just call Dubov an idiot? No. Peter called a very specific person an idiot, and it wasn't Dubov. Yeah, so why is bishop b3 losing? Can we... I suppose it will end up just being some very, very straightforward, very kind of a boring explanation, but still. Yeah, that I actually kind of stepped into this and...
Was c4 forced? I thought I saw some bigger numbers on the screen earlier, but no, apparently not. h6 is...
Well, I think it's the right...
Still reasonable for black, yeah? Surprisingly.
Yeah. So, yeah, bishop b3...
Here, let's just
Yeah.
See what happens here.
We don't actually have mating threats on the king side now, and black definitely has mating threats on the queen side, so it just ends up being some sort of a perpetual. Shockingly, you can even give the pawn on e6 with check here, and still, like, you can give... Looks like you can give both pawns with check, or maybe only one. But you can choose which one. And then just rook g7, and yeah. White can't really improve, so it ends up being a draw by perp. Yeah, meaning that they will now play this endgame that they have on the board, which, despite all the excitement that preceded it, appears to still be well within the drawing margins.
Takes, and takes has been played. Apparently, this move is key to get to the c4 pawn ASAP.
Yeah, I was wondering if black has time enough to play something like f7, f5, and combine threats of bishop b3 with maybe the idea of just going king g7, king takes g6, but that's just probably not going to be fast enough because of something. And bishop b3 generates enough counterplay to... Seems like hold reasonably comfortably, even not even too much of a problem for black. Feels a bit unfair considering how imaginative Richard's play was between moves, I don't know, 18 and 22, but Shahryar has not done enough wrong in this game, I guess is the way to think about it, to have to lose it when he's playing well.
Chad is asking, is Lawrence Trent the guy with the most connections to super jams? Not just super jams, just people in general.
Yeah. That's where I would have been going with in reply to that question. Yeah, Lawrence is a living embodiment of the idea that if you reply to enough tweets by all kinds of people, you will eventually develop a very, very usable network of connections in all walks of life.
Extremely usable. Also, if you just keep texting people, even if they don't reply to you, at some point, you just wear them down.
Has he? Have you actually? Don't tell me it's now like the countdown has been restarted. That would be...
Oh no. I'm still ghosting.
That would have been very, very unfortunate.
Lawrence is very, very connected. So if you ever need a manager or someone to just set you up with anybody, Lauren's your guy.
Absolutely. He's on Twitter first name basis with so many people.
Very much so.
It's genuinely a very impressive feat.
Uberpats is saying Nigel Short muted me. Sorry to hear. Yeah, I think Laurent was complaining about that publicly, but I believe he's back to not being muted or banned. I'm not sure which one it was.
Yeah, at some point Laurent was joined the growing list of people banned by Nigel, but they may have made up. I'm not entirely up to date on the state of that.
Absolutely.
Breaking story. Will there be a debate? At some point there was a mention of a potential debate between perhaps Peter Heine and somebody from the FIDE side.
Sotowski. Yeah, that should happen. Is it happening?
That would be the most obvious choice, but it doesn't really have to be.
Emil offered it, no?
Yeah, I think it was his suggestion, as many things are, and people were also proffering the name of Dodgy as a potential moderator.
By people, you mean Peter Heine?
Or possibly Dodgy himself, yes. I think it was Peter Heine, yeah. But if Peter Heine hasn't done it instantly, probably Dodgy would have been in there like Errol Flynn.
So Dodgy is saying Nigel blocking Laurent was shocking. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? First of all, isn't there some people disputing that claim? Secondly, let me think. You're saying that Laurent is Peter Heine's enemy and therefore Nigel's friend? Or which one is it? Just because of all this eye rolling that Peter Heine does at Laurent doesn't mean they don't like each other. There's a question, what happened to Dubov? Yeah, we haven't addressed that for a while. Dubov did not show up to the game today. The backstory is someone close to Dubov was tested positive for COVID. Dubov himself had a negative test, I think, in the morning, and he took a PCR test. The results were to arrive after the game. He was asked, and I believe, I'm not sure about this, Anish as well, to wear a mask today during the game, waiting for the results of that test. But Dubov refused to do that, also mentioning that this was very specifically addressed before the tournament, and he was assured that he wouldn't have to wear a mask while playing. And yeah, therefore he didn't show up to play today. I need to hit the bathroom. Peter, you wanna take a break or you wanna keep going?
I'll probably stick around so that there is, the flow such as it is uninterrupted. There is some exciting developments in both of the Russian participants' games. Those of the Russian participants who are still playing today, Andrei Yesipenko apparently made significant progress against Sam. I think the position was supposed to be equal-ish, somewhere around here. But things have gone downhill after queen d5, queen d3. Rook 7 is still fine, rook e1. And yeah, the machine suggests that perhaps the way to make the cleanest immediate draw here is really not very obvious at all, because it suggests that you can play bishop g7 and just give up the pawn on e6 with check, entering a pawn down rook ending like this. But the king on b1 is so horrible that apparently black really has no problems here whatsoever with the counterplay along the g file and the counterplay against the a2 pawn, and just a better king, because the black king can definitely start coming in. And you do have to mention that the extra pawn in this position is on h5, which is not very meaningful. Black's position wasn't necessarily worse after some other moves as well, but the move that Sam ended up making, rook e7, led to problems, because queen takes a6 here is a very nice tactical blow, using the fact that e takes d4 insta loses to check, and rook takes f4 check, and queen takes f8 will be a mate. Sam played king f7, and here Andrei, I think Machine suggests continuing the same tactic for a bit longer, and playing queen c8 was stronger than the move that Yesipenko chose, which is the move bishop b2. But white is still better here. I wouldn't be very happy about the idea of giving up the pawn on f3, but it does work out tactically. I would be, like, if I had this position with white, I think I would be very reluctant to give black this pawn chain, all of which at some point might become, very dangerous passers. But we've also destroyed the entirety of the black queen side. Our king is definitely safer than the black king, and the engine actually likes this quite a bit for white. But I think queen c8 was the machine choice there. Now let me give you the will.
What's the current position as bishop?
He played bishop b2 instead of queen c8, which is Machine's second choice. Machine still thinks white is better, but I think queen c8 may have been cleaner. And there's also a very curious position in the Niels game.
Just one second, we'll get there. Where did it go wrong for Sam here? Because earlier...
Rook e7, I think, is a mistake. I think rook e7 is something that the machine dislikes. And there is some quiet moves, but there's also this idea of just giving up the pawn on e6 and entering this rook ending, which turns out to be just completely fine for black, which I've just shown to.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising that you can just give up a full central pawn and not be in any trouble, but that's what the machine says. And yeah, this is a very curious position, because white has those fantastic looking pieces on the king side, and black has, for some reason, 3 pawns on the c-file. And the end result is, as is always the case with every single chess position, draw somehow. This has to be some of the weirdest setups I've seen in a high-level chess game. Both the pawn structure and the bishop of g6, knight h7 combination of pieces, which both have no moves but somehow cannot be attacked properly.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No,
it's very random.
Yeah, I just said this must be the weirdest stuff I've seen ever. Yeah, rook d5, stopping knight g5. I think the rook d5 might look weird until you realize that white were kind of threatening to play knight h7, g5. And if you imagine this knight actually participating in the game, you will not enjoy it very much with black. So stopping is probably very high on the list of things to fight for. And white also, I think, doesn't want to take on c4, because that will include the bishop on c8 in the game via the a6 square. So it's a kind of a weird position where shuffling is very likely to ensue. Since, yeah, and I kind of count g5 as among the shuffling moves, even though it's probably a bit unfair. I don't know how you create a threat with really either color. Does this create a threat?
Doesn't look like.
Yeah, considering bishop c8 is like second move of the machine, it really doesn't create a threat anyway. Such a bizarre setup. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything like it. And yeah, somewhat, sad but unsurprising that this also ends up, according to the heartless machine, ends up being equal.
Let's go to Magnus for a second.
Yeah, people were
reading Magnus has winning chances now.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
The rook a bishop f8 maneuver, which I somewhat jokingly referred as the Spanish maneuver, has been played. Magnus does like this, and also it makes perfect sense, overprotecting the pawn on g7 for any future trades on the g5 square. The rook now is participating in the game, and also it's much easier to take on d5 when knight takes d5 doesn't hit the bishop on e7. But specifically, I think it's b4, knight a4, knight takes d5 is probably the biggest problem that Prague is now facing. Looks like his last few moves were maybe not of the highest quality.
Apparently now,
yeah, you
nicely.
can just go in with this and yeah, ed5. I don't know exactly what the problem with ed5 is, but yeah, this just looks horrible. I guess queen d6, yeah. Queen g6 also not bad, but after queen d6, yeah, you have this knight on a4, which is a truly, truly horrible piece. And black has solved all of their structural problems. And Magnus does play b4
on the board.
Yeah, I had a feeling that his win yesterday was, could very easily just kickstart the entire tournament for Magnus. And he's been known to go on monstrous streaks once he starts winning games in Wijk. I think he had like a six game winning streak once, or at least that's how it felt, and just generally.
Was it the same tournament where someone else had like an insane streak? My memory is bad. Maybe Fabi won like 6 in a row, Magnus 5 in a row, or something along these lines. Or was it just Magnus won 6 in a row, and we kept talking about Fabi won 7 in a row in St. Louis?
Yeah, and Puzzle Codec is also saying 7 or something, but that's a whole different...
Fabi was 7 in Siegfried Cup 2014. That one we remember.
Yeah, that one will forever stay in the memory because, considering the strength of the field, starting with 7 out of 7 is very likely to never happen again.
Yeah. That was still some of the sickest stuff we've seen. Also, time goes by. 2014. We covered the tournament, Peter. It's 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
It's back when we were still young and we would not just do the live commentary, or did we do the live commentary? My memory is bad. I know we did written notes on the games actually.
Yeah, I don't think we actually did it live, but we did.
It's true.
Did some coverage. Yeah, we did some coverage, and it was just like mind blowing to watch.
Yeah, that was amazing.
This type of a result against this type of field is. I mean, I was there when Tapalov scored 6.5 out of 7 in San Jose 2005, and yeah, the entire tournament there was just like, what is happening? Shah is back on the let's make a draw, like
for draws. But
I mean, this is fine. This is just
it's actually Rapport who's better if anybody is. So Rapport offered a draw here, which seems reasonable.
Just wanted to make a bit of an update because this game has now finished. Yeah, fairly drawn rook ending.
Very cute moment. This h5 and bc h6 wins for white. But apparently after h6, black is still hanging in there. Fun game.
Yeah, nicely played game. Just somewhat sad that the tactics ended up just resulting in simplifications and a draw. The Duda Fabi game is getting kind of sharper and sharper. I quite like Rook AC8 now. Feels like a very, very nice stroke by Fabi. Talking of Fabi and the 7s out of 7s. Looking like a very, very sharp, unclear position in which I wanted to say I probably prefer black, even though the current setup allows white to play c5 and b4, which is an achievement, but black will have plenty of counterplay on the other side of the board. From
c5 is the one move that keeps it equal. Yeah, like I have to.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but on the other hand, you do want to do something here, and black plays. Black clearly just made a lot more progress in the intervening moves here, and eventually something will start happening either on the king side or in the center, because white really does not have any realistic hopes of getting the king away from the e1 square. You can't really castle kingside. It will only make the attack faster. It will also result in you losing the h6 pawn straight away. And there's no way any kind of a king walk towards the queen side can happen until you've closed down the center. And in that respect, maybe playing c5 and b4 could be used as a kind of a starting point for going king d2, c1, b2. Also, curiously, I think my instinct here would be to take and play queen e5. But the engines severely dislike it and say you have to just ignore it. Like, I would be very interested in like having a more flexible pawn center, but this position suddenly machines are very happy for white. Because yeah, apparently the b4 c5 pawn pair cannot be challenged properly, and white can start dreaming of actually connecting rooks. King d2 c3 is a plan, and black has no realistic way of creating any threats. On the other hand, c5 queen e7 is apparently absolutely fine for black. Just say, I don't care about your protected pass around c5, I need to have my own counterplay. And I don't need to react to yours.
Still have a feeling we're in for a fun 40 minutes here. They're
absolutely
on move. Which one is it? 22.
Yeah.
Both players sort of low on time. And the position is, I don't know if we could call it sharp, but it's very unbalanced. No, with his pawn on h6, white king in the center.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
This is definitely my front runner in the. This will be very, very exciting to watch when they reach time trouble stakes for today. I mean, Magnus's position is very promising, but it does feel like it feels reasonably likely that he just wins from here. With the way Prague has supposedly misplayed his position in the last, I don't know, 5-3 moves, whatever it is. Knight a4 is pretty much the only move you can make. I mean, bishop takes.
Kira mentions this, but it doesn't look like it works at all. No, if you just
you just don't have enough attackers, and yeah, it looks interesting.
Even going here and recapturing, what's the big deal?
Yeah, and once again, you can see just how useful h7, h6 was earlier, because you just not having to contend with knight g5 check at any point. It's just a huge, huge improvement in quality of life. So yeah, machine just says, okay, I will have to make some uncomfortable moves for a bit, but I am a piece up and I will win eventually. And it does look like it's not lying. Yeah, knight a4, knight d5, it's just the kind of a position you feel Magnus is just not going to let go. Solid positional advantage. By this point, no weaknesses, better pieces. All the things he likes and none of the things he dislikes. The Jordan Vidit game has actually, like, the structure changed a great deal since, but I think Vidit is doing quite well. Apparently not. Yeah, I keep on misstating things. Yeah, the power of the bishop pair is, for somebody who is a huge fan of playing with the bishop pair, I severely underestimated how good this is for white. White is definitely ahead after something like rook d8. It shouldn't be horrible, but it's definitely preferable for white. And now we can go for, bishop f3 d5 looks also quite logical. Whoa, okay. You actually have to give up the bishop, the exchange here.
Apparently, if the rook moves, then this becomes very unpleasant.
Yeah, okay, then e4 is... If you actually see this idea, then e4 becomes a very, very strong contender. But somewhat shockingly, bishop d7 appears to survive there for black. A move I don't think is very easy to see instead of rook e5. But I guess it creates a threat of bishop a4. It's not really a
it's not a sacrifice.
Exchange sacrifice. Yeah, for a second there I thought we were just giving up an exchange for nothing, but No, we're trying to play bishop a4 here.
Like Spassky Fischer.
Mm.
So cultured.
Yeah. Jonah Darko says Carlsen found the only move, but really not a very difficult choice there. Yeah, like you don't play b4 if you don't see knight takes d5. So
yeah, that was happening. Now Pragna, that is a tough choice. Neither looks fantastic. He can
he took with the rook. He took with the rook, which I understand, but yeah,
or he can recapture it.
It looks horrible. Yeah, looks horrible.
No, knight. No, it looked like Magnus. Well, it's always easy to say with hindsight. Looked like he knew what he was doing today, taking some calculated risks to keep playing the position. It was worse for him out of the opening, but the kind of worse that has plenty imbalances and did pay off. So far, game not over.
Yeah, game absolutely not over, but clearly this is the kind of development of the game that he expected and perhaps hoped for. Difficult position, very unbalanced, very hard to navigate, and Prague started burning time and perhaps misplaying it a bit, and is now in trouble after. Looks like pretty much every single reasonable queen move is decent here. Machine prefers queen c6 over everything else, but I think queen e6 is not a mistake. Even queen b7 is not a mistake, apparently. Yep.
So only one game finished, or two if we count Dubov. Not playing today. Other than that, fight still. I was going to say in full swing in all the games. What happened here? This is still so weird. Is this just equal?
It's just a draw because, yeah.
Fortress, yeah.
I think somewhat weirdly, if you remove the c4 pawn, black might be better.
Yeah.
Although probably white goes c4 and b3 and it's the same. But if you imagine it not being there and the bishop being on a6, I have a feeling black might be much better even. But the way it is, like nothing moves. You can't attack the bishop on g7 and the knight on bishop on g6 and the knight on h7, and they very successfully lock out the king on g8 from the game. And yeah, one of the funniest positional draws I've seen. I wonder if Sergei actually is intending to go bishop b5. He went bishop c8, and Niels actually responded with king b1, which is making me question whether he actually wants to protect against bishop b5 by bringing the king to a3, which seems like an overreaction. I don't think bishop b5 is such a strong threat, but it would be funny. Just not even allowing that. Yeah, still a draw, yeah. Doesn't lose. Doesn't win either, but doesn't lose. Those pieces are a little bit too stupid. And yeah, I'm playing before here, but yeah, doesn't actually generate enough threats. You can apparently ignore all of this. Yeah, very, very funny position. Apparently they drew this. I mean, it hasn't lit up on our screen as a draw yet, but we should probably move to something else. It's not going to be very exciting from here.
Pleasant, but yeah, will be a draw. b3 has been played by Duda. He wasn't into this c5 business. No, yeah, the engine prefers black here, but of course, anything could still happen.
Yeah.
Fabi will be looking for redemption after what happened yesterday. Not his tournament so far. Duda, I thought, played great, but he left some points on the table, especially the game against Mamedyarov. Other than that, he just looks strong, well prepared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
today, his points won't reflect it.
Yeah, but today he clearly went for. I don't know, like if you ever can count Fabi as a kind of a sort of soft mark in the tournament, but the opening approach, coupled with what he has done sort of immediately out of the opening, did seem to indicate that Duda wanted as sharp and as imbalanced a game as possible, perhaps even at the cost of, quote unquote, correct play. And he did get a very, very unusual position, but seems to be getting sort of slowly outplayed for the time being. Yeah, Magnus goes with Queen e6, which is probably the most complete move. Yeah, allows knight c5, but he will win. He will be a pawn up, but I'm guessing from the purely computer standpoint, the fact that you allow the knight on a4 to get traded for some of the much better placed pieces is enough to consider this an inaccuracy. Despite the fact that I think he will be a pawn up very safely. You take on c5 with the bishop, then you take, and you take on b3, and you take on e4. But the engines really hate it, because you've traded away all of your good pieces and you are left with somewhat passive pieces. And there's definitely compensation here. And also I think what I originally very much discounted is that how difficult it is to bring the queen back into the game without losing the b4 pawn. Yeah, it may have been a mistake by Magnus.
We might have jinxed him by all the praise for the game plan. And Pragnanda, also he doesn't really have a choice, does he? Like if he plays, I don't know, knight d2, you're just gonna lose.
Yeah, I think you just go knight takes c5. You realize that continuing to play this position with these horrible pieces is just going to lead you to grief. And you take and you hope for the best.
Sam blundered. What happened here?
d5, d4, I don't know which move is the blunder here. The position is already problematic, but I guess d5, d4, machine is not in love with for whichever reason.
d4, yeah, computer not a fan.
But it's still a very messy position. I wouldn't be very confident of any kind of an evaluation here if I had to play it with white, so yeah, I'd be reluctant to call anything a blunder here. But it does seem like both queen a5 and queen b5 are very, very strong now in white. White's advantage increased, let's put it like this. Strictly speaking. Let me leave you for like a minute or two.
Sure. We'll use the time to have a look at the Jorn van Foreest against Vidit game. Jorn van Foreest, 22-year-old Dutchman, won the tournament last year. This year, I guess he has had a mixed event. I think he lost 3 games, but also won 2. So by rating, he's probably even. But I guess he won't be too happy about the way things have gone. Today was an interesting opening in a line that I thought was nothing special for white, but both sides appeared like they came armed with ideas. Generally, the debate here is, can white consolidate, get all the pieces out, and then he'll be better with his 2 bishops, or can black bother him along the way? And black managed to inflict this weak pawn on white while white was still finishing development, but the 2 bishops are still on the board, and Compy somewhere around here was very happy about white's chances. Wanted rook to d8, Jon played bishop to g3, knight to e6, rook d5, which looks very, very normal. He's trying to get his pawn structure fixed. Now these pawns are connected, but the black pieces are getting a bit of a grip on the position. Knight c5 with tempo, nice outpost, queens to go somewhere, and black will play bishop d7. When yeah, this pawn is not queening, and black's coordination is rather decent. So apparently Vidit is now equal, but I would expect more things to happen in this game. The Niels versus Kayakin game has been drawn now in this funny endgame where, yeah, neither side can make progress, but it's a great looking position. In Duda versus Karana, Duda has played b3, and then g3. One left, one right, g3. Stopping knight f4. But yeah, the computer prefers black's chances here. I'm not sure why. I guess black just has more active potential. I'm still always worried when there's this pawn on h6 and a king on h8, that once the position opens up, this potential lack of king safety brought by this pawn, because there's always a chance queen lands here or rook lands on the back rank. Will be an issue for black. But for now, Fabi seems to be doing excellently. Seems to have a serious advantage, because after queen f6, it's not obvious how white continues. You can no longer go c5 as that gets taken. You can't take on d5 if you move your queen out of the way. I don't know where. Let's say queen d2. It's still not really threatening to do anything. Bishop c6. C takes d, takes d. Well, black carries the key to the lock. That is this f file. And yeah, apparently Karan better here. Let's see if he can strike back instantly with a win. Yaspenko Shankland, we read d4 was a mistake. Queen b6 played. If you want a queen a5, I think keeping it on e5, but queen b6 attacking the rook. Also very decent.
Yeah, both queen a5 and queen b5 appeared to be borderline winning by force, but this is also not horrible.
And in the Magnus game, Pragnananda did not go for this. This maybe last chance question mark, knight takes c5, giving up a pawn, but getting rid of his silly knight here. We showed the line. Instead, he goes rook to d1, and now...
Yeah, his position is just...
might be too late.
Strategically very bad, and also might be lost by force, as the engine seemed to indicate. Both rook a8 with the idea of c5, c4, and apparently even the immediate c5, c4 with the intention, I guess, of meeting ba with rook a8 are crushingly strong.
Oof. Okay, not only attacking the knight, but also sidestepping all these knight c5 tactics, because the rook is no longer under attack.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. He didn't have much time, but I think especially on low time, you should be very happy to just, shed some pawns just to make your play a lot more intuitively understandable.
Yeah. We're being informed Magnus had a touch move issue. He adjusted a piece, then accidentally hit the clock. But that's fine, right? What do the rules state? At some point they specified that you have to touch a piece with the intent to move it or something, right?
I think that's what Magnus claimed when the whole thing happened.
During the World Championship?
I guess you have to say again in the World Championship, yeah. That there was no intent and it doesn't count. Honestly, it's completely, in the rear view mirror by this point, but I honestly don't really understand what the big issue is with just saying Jadub to an empty board. He seemed very annoyed by the questions, but also what's the problem of actually announcing Jadub?
Yeah, I never even thought about it. From childhood on, we were always taught, you say Jadub when you adjust a piece, so I do it, no matter if there's someone there or not. But I've also played limited World Championship matches where you're sitting all alone on the stage.
I understand, and it does feel a bit dumb to be doing it, to the empty air. But I've done it once or twice, even in round robins. You occasionally have to do it to an empty board, and I just I don't understand where the problem lies. Why not just remove the entire conversation by mouthing a word or two, and then if people want to nag at you, you can point to the video and say, nah.
I also shouldn't say it too loudly, as Mr. Dodgy points out, especially if Ali Reza is seated next to you.
Yeah, or in Norwegian. Important.
What is it in Norwegian?
I have no idea. I just remember the whole muttering in Norwegian story.
Do you have a Russian term, or do you just say Jadub?
There is a Russian term, yeah, but I think people... in international tournaments, everybody says Jadub, and everybody knows to say Jadub, but there is a very specific word you use in Russian.
In German tournaments, sometimes you hear "Ich rücke zurecht," but it never caught on. It's maybe somewhat less catchy than Jadup.
Yeah, Jadupski in Russian, says Dodgy. Yeah.
Oh, Jadupski.
Dodgy is a.
And in US tournaments, they say adjusting, no? Adjusting.
Adjusting TV.
Exactly. I adjust as loudly as possible. Sounds good. Sometimes you have these weird protests in open tournaments as well, when someone says Jadup before the game starts and then touches all their pieces, and then the opponent claims, no, you only said Jadup for your H pawn, and now you must move your A pawn.
This particular angle I have not actually seen. This would be a sight to behold if somebody tried doing that.
Chess Pugnator is saying they say adjust in US tournaments, not adjusting. Apologies. I've heard adjusting plenty, but you probably have more experience than me in US tournaments. I haven't played that many.
Where do you stand on adjusting the pieces on your opponent's time?
Hate it. Hate it with a vengeance. And some very strong players have done this to me more than once. Don't like it. I would never do it. And yeah, I think it's rude, especially if your opponent is on the board. But even if he's not, I'd never do it.
Okay, let's take it to the other side then. How do you feel about people leaving stuff very? I mean, in some cases it might be just a kind of a slip of the hand, but like clearly leaving pieces unadjusted.
That's also annoying. Frankly, I haven't experienced it that often. Like sometimes in time trouble, maybe.
No,
I don't think most chess players are in the habit of putting their pieces between squares or something like.
Yeah, but it does happen, and it does really provoke you to adjust, and sometimes maybe like this could lead to you.
No, of course, it's your move, and some pieces misplaced, you adjust it. But
yeah,
as long as my opponent's clock is ticking, I don't care if he puts all his pieces like on H9.
Fair enough. Yeah. Counterspell DS says Carlsen made a move ? Carlsen didn't make a move. It is one of the two best moves in the game. Well, in the position, not in the game. Rook b8 is maybe not one of the top two moves in the game.
Right, stepping all the tactics, threatening c4. Queen e4 is also looming. No, he's just going to win, especially c4. How do you even stop it?
Yeah, this is now. Yeah, we've already announced he will win a few moves ago, and then he allowed knight takes c5, making our pronouncement slightly risque. But now I'm very much back on the this gets converted bandwagon because position bad, time low, experience also not in your favor if you're Prague here with the white pieces. So not great.
We've covered
why
this. Apparently, the computer disagrees with something. Now feels white is better again.
But why is the bishop on g3 still alive?
Yeah, maybe that's what computer disagrees with. No, it agrees with 94 already. Said leave the knight. Sit.
Leave the knight, take the cannoli, or perhaps the other.
Not familiar with that reference.
Yeah. Jake Loans with the important question of the day. What is the correct way to place your knights? Should they look to the center, left, right, front, or back?
Depends on your personality. In the CCC, we insist that the knights look at each other. And we think it's unwarranted aggression to have them facing your opponent. We're slightly uncomfortable, but still very determined to draw if our opponent has his knights stare at us.
Fair enough. Yeah, this makes my membership in the CCC somewhat places it under threat because I'm very much knights facing forward kind of guy. But
wow, That's a microaggression. Pretty sure it's a topic you can study. Stanford.
There is absolutely no limit to the topics you can study at Stanford, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, not very much to say. There's some reasonably sharp positions here that could arise after Black proceeds with the winning plan of playing c5, c4, for instance. But until Pragg makes a choice here and Magnus actually has to find the cleanest winning solution, there's really not a lot to say. The position is bad for White.
White choices: you allow c4 or you give up the e4 pawn for absolutely nothing. It's not fun. Like rook c1.
Yeah, not great. Yeah, rook c1. Yeah, bishop b7 is completely crushing. Yeah, and the capture is probably completely crushing as well. Yeah, and this is what makes rook a1 so strange, because I don't think there can be any doubt whatsoever about the nature of the position currently on the board. I don't think Pragg could possibly misevaluate it. And yeah, any kind of a change, any kind of a massive trade of pieces which knight takes e5 offered should have looked much more attractive to his eyes. And there was also a suggestion in chat that Magnus blundered knight takes e5. No, that's the one tactical detail here that you always calculate. You realize that the rook on b8 is somewhat loose. You calculate all of those things. He did not blunder it. He also didn't realize that White gets a lot of counterplay in the final positions there. But yeah, kind of a strange pairing of decisions.
Queen c1 has been played, trying to stop c4.
Yeah, and the issue for White is that queen takes e4 actually works here. After rook d7 takes, I'm guessing more than one move wins here even, yeah. Both rooks to
Is this so obvious?
No, I thought it was going to be something more obvious. I saw that it was saying queen takes e4 is winning, and I suspected it was something like maybe queen e6 or c4 or something. If it's rook d8, then queen c1 is a good choice, because yeah, it's not an easy calculation.
The alternative, which looks strong as well, is queen c6, renewing that threat while also attacking the pawn.
Yeah, I think that's a more human decision.
Oh.
Ah, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, we keep on seeing Black completely winning on our screen, but the way Black is completely winning is really, it's a kind of a deceptive.
Not that human, yeah.
Yeah,
the engine says take that silly knight that has no moves. And
yeah.
Now you win, which I'm sure you do. But who does this? Especially from far away and exchange down, like the pieces don't look that bad. He just says game over.
It's like some kind of a Zaitsev where White occasionally gives mate, right? It's like, and the evaluation on our screen currently is -4.
It's -420.
So clearly White does not give mate here, but yeah, it's just not going to be an easy decision to do this in a practical game.
By the way, that's another reason why you go rook e8, bishop f8 earlier, because once the game opens up, you're often not being mated with this construction.
Yep.
All right, Sam, putting the king on e6.
Sam is on the attack here. Well, for a given value as usual, but yeah, queen takes h7, by far the best move, but that's not a surprise. This is why we've made all the previous moves. Yeah, and now queen g1, far and away the best. d3, I think rook d2, yeah, I think either immediately or after some kind of a check is very strong. And just king b2, and there's no mate, and
it's White's turn.
Yeah. But yeah, after queen g1, apparently, White will have to trade queens, giving Black, I think, reasonable drawing chances from how those variations looked. Hg, king f6. You have to play bishop d2. Rook goes back. Yeah, rook somewhere. And yeah, White is still better because we're currently, I think, 2 pawns up, right? And that should give us some leeway. But the bishop on d2 is currently so restricted that I think black definitely has very significant drawing chances here.
Queen G1, to my eyes, is not an easy move though. Like you think you're close to this, yeah. You want to make something up.
Yeah, I think it's playable simply because you like if you think about what white is threatening to do, the idea of stopping all the checks while also attacking the rook on f2, which doesn't have very many squares, should be quite appealing. But yeah, not an obvious move. And Sam has a ton of time though.
Chat praising Fabi. Let's see what Fabi's up to. Playing f4.
Yeah, this has gone sharply downhill for
stopping anything coming to e3. The white pieces, they aren't really going anywhere all of a sudden, no? Or maybe not all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is a huge problem now for white because the position is beginning to open up, and the king on h8 is really much safer now than the king on e1.
Even the stupid bishop, like sometimes in the French, seeing some daylight. Wants to be sunlight, only warmer. And Queen G1 played. What looks difficult to me is not difficult for Sam Shankland. This game still very much a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the 5e game is now, if it goes according to quote-unquote best play, I guess black should just win, but obviously not a given. We've seen some shocking developments in recent days, including featuring Fabi himself. So, but he's been playing very well today, I think, up to this point.
I'm not as big an expert on Fabi psychology as, for example, Lawrence Trent was on the show yesterday. But I do think he's very mentally resilient. Like, after what happened yesterday, I don't know, people might collapse or might look for a way to play safe today. But Fabi, yeah, I think he's tough. He wants to come back, and he's very much on the way.
Yeah, he's not very easily tilted, and does seem to have a very sort of a stable nervous system for such a high-level competitor. And Magnus does take only for him. Suddenly, he's choosing a very concrete way to proceed. Can we check what happens there after rook d8? Like if we take on d7 twice, which I think, the temptation to do this has to be very, very strong just to, have something good about your position. Namely
c4 here, there's rook d4. Yeah,
that's the problem, yeah. So you have to go rook d8, and let's say I take and I play h3. Why is this so horrible?
Doesn't look that winning, does it, at first sight? Queen e2, apparently black just wins.
But yeah, really, really doesn't look like it should be as bad as the engine indicates. But once you continue, once you continue for a couple of moves, it does become absolutely horrible. But
the higher space saying Prague down a pawn in a bad position. Yeah, not really. Like if he doesn't take on d7, if he does take, the material balance is not terrible for him. Like you have 2 pieces for a rook and 1 pawn, which on paper even favors white somewhat. But apparently this knight is just 1 step too far away, or we're missing a Luft.
Yeah, I think with the pawn on h3, this would have been very, very unclear. But with the back rank issues to go with everything else.
Find out. h3, rook d8. Yeah, still good, even here.
Still worse. Yeah, this is just a horrible, horrible night.
How many tempi do we need? Now white is. Oh, yeah. It's 2 tempi, basically.
Yep.
Right now, and down to 4 minutes. They do get 30 seconds extra per move, so time trouble is not so severe. But clearly, it doesn't have a lot of time to calculate. It's only move 24, so 60 moves to make till the time control. Magnus also doesn't have a lot of time left. But yeah, here I guess with white, you still just take on d7, right? Because if you don't do it, what are you hoping for?
Yeah, like if you play h3 here and black goes whatever. Rook a7 is currently the favorite, but
it makes a lot of sense.
You just don't have very many things to look forward to in this game anymore. You're a pawn down and you have a worse position. And yeah, I think you have to take on d7 and kind of roll the dice, even if you suspect what the actual roll will be.
And he does play h3. Yeah, maybe he just evaluated correctly that this is lost. This just, seems to be lost without any imbalances. Queen 6 or rook a7. But yeah, that was hard to do anything right or wrong there because the position is too bad.
Yeah, no real criticism attaches to any of these decisions because you're choosing between very, very poor choices, whatever you do. Is Jordan winning or just a bit better?
Looks like he made progress, but apparently nothing too bad has happened yet. d6 is wrong here. We're just locking up our own bishop.
Yeah, I think we don't play d6 unless it wins something big. Which means that we continue just slowly improving here. Yeah, the engine suggests h3, which is a very...
c8 plate. That changes the d6 question. Oh, and it seems like it's a blunder. Or
yeah, that just loses the game, apparently, yeah.
D6, how does White win? d6? If queen
e5,
then we can take and we have a check. That's
and after queen e6, bishop f3, it gets over to d5 and wins the game as well. So
it's not even that difficult, is it? Here we take, and bishop takes d7. Jordan, with the penalty here.
Well, we did. I think if our clock is to be trusted, we did went down to 12 seconds to make that move. So it clearly is a time travel mistake, but it's still a big one because you kind of do need to calculate d5, d6, and the variations really don't appear to be all that complicated.
It's just two moves. Yeah, d6 on the board, queen e6 on the board. Bishop f3 just...
Yeah, I'm guessing he just didn't realize just how crushing bishop f3 is because, yeah, knight c5, bishop d5, there's no way to keep the...
Blitzed out by Jordan, yeah. Also with white, these are obvious forcing moves. I mean, that's the first thing you calculate, and if it works...
Yeah.
Knight c5, bishop d5. Once again, if queen e5 takes.
It's very specifically rook d7, bishop e6, maybe. Although other moves probably also...
e7, we also win, no? Like...
Yeah, but slower, yeah.
Yeah, okay, this just ends the game.
Mm-hmm.
No, that'd be... What's Jordan been up to is, if he wins this, he has 3 wins and 3 losses. No, it's like more bloodshed than 300. That's not a very bloody move, actually. I couldn't think of anything good.
Yeah, what's the goriest movie we know?
The Night Comes for Us?
Not aware of that one, actually. Is it a good movie?
It's pretty gory. Yeah, queen e5 on the board. Yeah, Jordan is going to finish this.
Yeah, it's also...
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. It's also, which I think is useful for Jordan, even though I suspect he would have found the tactic very easily, even on like 3 seconds. But you always take on e5 here because allowing rook e8 would be absolutely ridiculous. And this is move 40, meaning that he has an additional hour to find a very, very straightforward combo, which ends the game on the spot. So yeah, looks like Jordan will win, meaning that Vidit's reign of terror has been interrupted, let's put it like this. And Magnus might be in the lead after this round, maybe even in the sole lead. What else is going on? The extremely weird Petrov did end in a draw, as chat has been telling us at the time. I think we should be watching this game. I think this game is the least clear and the most potentially exciting, even though in purely objective sense, Fabi is just much, much better, and it shouldn't really be as close of a time trouble as we expected earlier, when everything seemed to be reasonably well balanced, and we didn't really know who was going to be ahead. The engine currently very much likes the idea of going knight f5, knight d6, just trying to land the knight on e4, and also improving, sort of putting additional pressure on the pawn on c4, which is also very sensible idea. But it's not the only way to play here. Many other good options exist. Bishop f5 followed by rook g8, rook g1 is also pretty strong. And Fabi is also importantly keeping the clock advantage alive. Eight against 1 in this position is quite pleasant. Basically, I think waiting for Fabi to settle on a plan to convert this into a full point. I think there's no doubt really left as to what the position actually is. He just needs to find a way to win it comfortably.
Bishop f5. Yeah, Jorn blitzed out the sequence. Yeah, that for a player of Jorn's class wasn't difficult. And now it's just game over. Vida can probably resign here. Tough
yeah,
play.
in particular, since the time trouble is over and there's absolutely nothing to calculate even. The least white will get is a position with a full extra bishop if you just take on d7, move the bishop somewhere and go d7, d8, which is honestly not greedy enough. You should be going...
The goal is probably to be at 2 bishops, no?
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure you can be two bishops up there, but you don't need to if you don't want to. Yeah, expecting a resignation. Maybe he goes for a coffee and stares at the position for a bit longer, but yeah, nothing left to play for.
Do you think he will go through the 5 stages of grief?
The Dabda.
Dabda.
The famous Dabda.
Okay, name Dabdas. No googling.
Denial, anger. What's it called? Bargaining. Something, and acceptance. Despair. Depression. Yeah, it's not despair.
Despair. Yeah, depending what you. 5 stages of grief is a non-scientific model that has been refuted. Google it. Never. A wiki.
Also,
we like to believe in Dabda.
Yeah, we don't care. Dabda has been part of this stream for...
no denying.
Yeah, for a very, very long time. It's become an integral part of, how and who and what we are. We're not letting go of this.
So.
What
two stages is going to come up with next? The single shooter theory? I'll drop it.
Yeah.
I watched JFK for the first time recently, and ever since I've been trying to solve that case. I'm not sure if I'm the first one, but I'm as dedicated as Oliver Stone.
Yeah. I am very much team. All of those people are, trying to locate something that is just not there.
Mm.
At some point, I've read seemingly a very, very convincing explanation as to why, from a sort of a purely theoretical point of view, there cannot be any conspiracy there apart from the official version of events, and it seemed kind of logical to me, and I no longer really I choose no longer to think about the whole thing and just accept the official statement. But mainly I think
the Zapruder tape, Peter, I'll stop.
Yeah. But mainly, I think it's just that a conspiracy this size is...
Mr. Dodgy is saying they got to Peter.
Yes. And by they, he means him, obviously. Because we've, by this point, I think, conclusively proven that the suits, such as they are basically just Dodgy in a trench coat. So even the moniker of the suits is a misnomer, because it's not the suits, it's the trench coat.
Patrick Kulik is saying Capablanca is the GOAT. Not according to Peter Heine Nielsen. Knight h4 plate. Yeah, Pragna trying to keep the game going. Basically, he's now pawn down with a bad position, a knight on the rim, and black having the two bishops. So he needs to swindle quickly. It's unlikely to happen. What does he want? Queen e4, he wants knight f5, going for...
I think he would like to play knight f5, but apparently it loses on the spot to bishop b7, which is a bit annoying.
Not too surprising.
Yeah, meaning that after queen e4, he'll actually have to go back. Yeah, it's just very difficult to improve this position.
And Jordan won. Oof.
Yes.
Dutch segment is gonna be tough today with Anish's game. Like, my non-chess Dutch is not better than my chess Dutch.
Still has to be done, though.
For sure, it's coming. Fabi, still a battle.
Yeah, we've missed a lot of moves here, and I mean the position still looks kind of horrible for white, but the king got to relative safety here, and yeah, this is now very much a game again. It's kind of weird to be saying that, you know, c1 with the b pawn gone and the center being very, very shaky is the relative safety, but it probably is. I don't know if it's even aimed at any further squares. It kind of probably stays where it is, behind the c pawn, and tries to stay alive their way. Yeah, Fabi, in that position that we were discussing on move 31, Fabi went for arguably the most forcing line of everything he had with bc4, bc4, and b5, and he
really was fine, but here he should have just
gone in with e6.
Added fuel to the flames.
Yeah, but you have to see queen c6. It's once again, it's one of those that's just completely unplayable.
Who does this? Oh, knight c3. Whoa.
Or knight c3 and then queen c6. But yeah, like this is at least barely playable. And the first suggestion I've seen
we can take now. This is playable. If you spot knight c3.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. So basically, he's done exactly the right thing, and then for unspecified reasons, chose to spend a tempo on a7, a5, giving white a very, very important tempo to consolidate with king c1. And now after knight c3, which is what he played, knight f3 is seemingly by far the best move, but I think you can make
also
it because
yeah,
d4 is kind of hanging. You want it on e5. There is plenty of very logical reasons to want to make this move, so I think it's not at all impossible to get it correctly. Magnus missed bishop b7, says chat, but I don't think he needs it, is the issue. I think in Magnus's position, unless, you know, I can only see the first 5 ranks on Magnus's board currently, so I don't know where the other pieces are, but I suspect he's still winning. And yeah, in Fabi's game, knight f3 hasn't been played yet, and Duda is down to yeah, okay, he played knight f3 now and is back to a minute, so somewhat hopeful, I would guess, because his moves might become very, very forcing, so it will be harder to make a mistake.
Yeah, this might end, no?
Yeah, it's an important tactic, but seems to easily work out for Magnus. And yeah, the position just appears to be finally properly collapsing in on itself. There's a number of ways for white to lose a piece while also getting rid of all the queenside pawns, but because it's not really an endgame, it doesn't really matter all that much. Those positions are completely lost because you get mated. Yeah, allowing c3 is never going to be any kind of a saving grace here. Knight b6 does feel like a move you make on 2 seconds. And now, yeah. I mean, knight takes d5 also wins, but I think c4, c3 is just such a comfortable...
Feels nice to make, just to make sure this bishop can never hurt you.
Yeah, just kill everything off, and yeah, the game ends.
I guess they keep blitzing for a bit. Sometimes with this little time, also you just keep making moves on adrenaline.
I don't know. It's very hard to even name a move here you can make. Knight takes c8, queen takes d5. Like every single piece in your position hangs, and you're already behind material. I think you do resign here.
Come on, Prague. Knight c8. Now we're talking.
Yeah. Okay, apparently queen takes d5 is not even in the top 2 moves in this position, because knight takes a7, I guess. Still completely lost for white, but... Yeah. Shouldn't be a very intriguing... Yeah. I know my Magnus. Just a very, very solid capture, no need to do anything flashy. Knight a7, queen takes f5, and things continue hanging. Bishop c5, a kind of a strong threat. cb2 also not a bad move. Also not a bad move, yeah. And queen d5, knight d5 played, knight a7, cb, and yeah, it's the same position, and you still resign because
the horse is coming.
Yeah, rook b1. There's probably. I mean, rook a8 wins, rook e2 wins, whatever you choose. Yeah, it's just. It's a full rook. It will just end up costing white a full rook, so not a very exciting position.
All right, you did ask for it. Here you go.
Yeah, it's like, you know. Although I've heard of this phenomenon of people actually, like, apparently it's very easy to create a Twitch account. So people just create sock puppets. They choose to like do this over and over again. I don't quite understand.
That's gonna help my battle, Peter. Thanks.
Yeah. I think it should make you feel better about the whole thing, honestly, because you're not, you know, depriving someone of their, you know, hard-earned way of watching Twitch content. It's just throwaways. Yep, resigned. Game over. Let's go watch.
Good job by Magnus. Wins back-to-back games. He's rolling. +3 now. Missed quite a few chances earlier in the tournament, but now he should feel good about himself.
Yeah, should be the way this looks right now. Should be in the sole lead right after this round, because he was tied with Vidit and Shahryar, and Vidit lost and Shah drew. So yeah, Magnus 1+3. Yeah, apparently I made a mistake.
So what you're saying, if you love banter blitz, you'll really love ban evasion tips with Peter Svidler. So how do you create multiple Twitch accounts, Peter?
I am honestly unaware. I know people do that because I've seen the unfortunate results of that, but I mean, I guess you just click on the login and then instead of login, click on register. But apart from that, I don't have much inside info. And yeah, I only really have the one misnamed account, which I would very very much like to keep.
Sam recently changed his Twitter handle to Sam Shankland. He said GM Shanky was more of a thing of his teenage years. Now that he's matured, he's Sam Shankland. There you go.
Absolutely, yeah. I saw that and I felt very silly. He probably also has a check mark.
For sure. Come on.
Yeah, I must be doing something wrong with my life. That's not even a question. It's like a
You might not have a check mark, but I'm sure you have ways to create multiple Twitter accounts.
Yeah, actually, Twitter accounts, I have a couple, yeah. But, you know, I decided that it's just much easier for me to normalize being Hearthstone on main, and gave up on the sock puppet.
Ah, okay. I thought you did it like Kevin Durant and you just use them to back up yourself in arguments.
No.
Didn't really think that.
No. 18 plus Svidler Twitter account. Twitter exists. We all heard it. Yeah. Yeah.
Who else had allegedly the burner accounts? Brian Colangelo, where if people complained about his unnaturally large collar, he would use one of the accounts saying, "This is a completely normal sized collar." What are you talking about? I'll soon start using them.
Yeah.
What's Sam's position like here? Computer doesn't give white big edge. And now it's turning. It's changing its opinion. Doesn't like rook c8 for some reason. Doesn't feel too bad, so there must be something specific going on. Yeah.
It's specifically, I think, the sequence of bishop b2 and rook e1. Yeah. Creating additional threats, but yeah, none of this feels very easy.
Breakthrough.
Why not king f5, for instance? Like, what's wrong with king f5? I think he just goes rook g2 then, and says the bishop ending is lost, and if you don't take on g6, like what's your plan? Yeah, and this apparently is reasonably easily winning now with the king getting to d3, and then black gets torn apart by wild boars.
There's a question: if Niemann is a German name? I don't know. It sounds very German. I'm not sure.
I think he claimed to have Dutch roots, and he also claimed that he spoke Dutch because he spent some time in Amsterdam in his younger years. Which, you know, whenever you talk about somebody as young as the Moogster, what are those younger years? How do people get, you know, a prolonged stay in the Netherlands into their budding career by the age of 17? But I think that's what I've heard somewhere.
I guess there was a rhetorical question, and you don't need me to point out the years where it could have happened.
Between 1 and 17, I guess. Somewhere between the years of 1 and 17.
Why not 0 and 17?
Also possible. And they reached the time control in the Duda Caruana game, and it seems like white is just completely fine suddenly.
Jan Krzysztof. I hope you can't get banned for slightly mispronouncing Jan Krzysztof. How do you do it correctly?
Nobody knows.
You do know.
Does he know?
I'm sure he knows.
He probably does know, yeah. Thanks very much for the sub, Shep 2319. Welcome. The Moogster. I thought we were nicknaming him the Moogman. I'm alternating between the two, depending on how badly I get beaten by him on the day. So currently he is the mokester, but if I maybe make a draw somewhere along the way, I could go back to the more restrained approach.
The Maxter has won his game. Shaxter? No, that sounds wrong. Maudyarov drew. So Magnus now half point ahead of Maudyarov. Vidit lost, therefore, obviously leaving the leader's circle. What's Fabi's score? He's 50% after the loss? No, he's on -1, right? Yeah, I think it was on 50%.
Fabi was on... yeah, on -1 before this one. So it's kind of an important game for him to win, and he did stand really, really well at a certain point, but seemingly not anymore. And the two computer lines in this position are quite striking. One I would have guessed, and the other one I think there's like 0 chance. I think the idea of getting rid of this knight on c3 should be quite logical, even though you have to
consider. Yeah, I'm not sure if you play it.
I think that the trick here is to realize after b takes c3, you don't need to even try to make queen takes c3 work. It obviously doesn't, but you can try preparing it somehow. It just goes rook c3, bc3, queen e4, just centralizing the queen, supporting the pawn on d4, creating knight e5 ideas, and apparently the king on c1 is completely safe.
This we do.
Yeah, this just loses. Yeah, but yeah, the best move according to the engine though is the move a2 a4, which, I mean, this idea exists in a lot of positions, just of using the fact that en passant is currently impossible because it loses the knight, but it's just such a non sequitur in this position. Like, why is it suddenly good? So good that you have to spend a tempo on it in what seems to be a very sharp position with unsafe kings for both sides and all that.
Ben Feingold in the chat. Hi, Ben, and hi, Ben's brother. Happy to have you. What's happening? It's rooting for Fabi.
Ah, yeah, the Thiol Hub explains why a4 is so strong, because he says, but you got to take en passant, right? Those are the rules. And yeah, then it makes the move a4 extremely strong because it just wins a piece on the spot.
It'd be a very different game if you had to take en passant. It really changes.
Yeah.
Why by outposts?
We should try that. I think we should maybe pitch this idea to Kramnik.
No, I think Vichy and Kramnik should play in Dortmund.
Exactly. Yeah, this is where I was going with this. Yeah, we should softly pitch this idea to Vlad and get
funding for such a match. There is interest.
There is definitely interest. Or in more general terms, maybe we should organize. I'm sure this exists, but like if you play a version of chess where any capture is forced, so you should be very, very careful not to attack anything. The game probably doesn't last very long, though.
Let's see how this game goes.
So far, bishop takes e7 already, but maybe bishop c7 wins, right? Because queen takes e7, we just go like e3, and black has to take either on c2 or on h2.
What do you mean by wins?
Yeah, wins.
Like we're not.
Wins. I think this is a mistake. Actually, you should play bishop d7. Yeah.
Yeah. Save bishop.
Yeah. Okay. Theory still needs to be developed. I feel like we're not really.
Yeah, it's not helping.
making the best effort here. Yeah, Puzzle Codex says no FG6 or lose a rook. Yeah, people are catching on very quickly to the mistakes of our ways.
So any capture is forced, but you still have to mate the enemy king. Yeah, it's not like loses chess.
Probably, yeah. I think that should be
fascinating. I'm sure Kramnik has thought of this.
Yeah, I'll ask him the next time he sends me some memes.
This is move 40 after rook d5, so now Jan Krzysztof can study the position. We have this annoying thing we've had every day that the clock will not change until a move is made. So usually he will make a move and then we'll show whatever, 40 minutes. But yeah, doesn't mean he lost on time. That's where we do a brief sum up and then visit the challengers.
Probably, yeah.
Anish Giri won, I think, without making a move. I'm not sure if he made one move, but he won by default because Dubov didn't show up. Backstory is someone close to Dubov had a positive COVID test. Then Dubov tested negatively, but did a PCR test. This morning, the result would come after the game. He was asked by the organizers to wear a mask during the game today, and he refused also. He mentioned to me that it was agreed beforehand in such scenarios that I'm not sure. What's else exactly that the players would not have to be wearing masks. And we haven't seen people wearing masks regularly from the footage we've seen there. So that's what happened here. And then we've had a fun but weird game between Niels Brandelius and Sergei Kayakin, where it looked like Niels maybe mixed up something in the opening, got this end game that didn't look like anything to begin with, but the construction they got was very pleasing to the eye and apparently just equal. So draw there. Jordan wins a nice game against Vidit. We just covered the crucial phase. The big blunder was here. Rook f8 seemed to keep the position close to equal, while Rook c8 just lost on the spot to d6. Peter, what happened in this one? I can't even explain.
Yeah, it was a really weird opening, which I couldn't understand some of the choices, but ended up being optically maybe a little bit better for white. And currently, I'm just staring at my screen, which says Bishop a4, Rook e2, b5, best moves. Chess is a very...
You're of new.
Yeah, chess is a very fun game. And yeah, this is a very beautiful position in which b takes e3 loses to h5, h6, and neither capture actually provides black with anything substantial, and white ends up giving mate on g7. But sadly for Richard and for the unbiased spectators, h6 followed by queen g5 actually does equalize here. And after mass trades, game was agreed drawn in this position. Not really too prematurely. It's not a very dangerous rook ending for black or white. And then we have a couple of games still running. The Yesipenko-Shanklin game. Yesipenko was, I think, strictly winning for a brief moment somewhere around move 35, but missed the opportunity to really put the game to bed. And he's still better in this endgame, but it's a very unclear endgame. I'm not sure how easy it is to actually win. And we have a very messy position in the Duda Caruana game, which the heartless machines suggest. Actually, the variation is actually growing for white after rook takes e3, and for a brief moment there, or not growing. It's hard to assess. I think going with like unclear position, which is difficult to play, is very safe here. But clearly a huge improvement for white, considering how Duda was doing maybe 10 moves ago, where it seemed like black was in full control.
All right. Do we mention Magnus 1? We probably mentioned.
I think we did mention Magnus 1, yeah.
Magnus 1. In the challengers, Harry Geisy seemed to be in trouble, according to the compy earlier on. Now, compy doesn't say it's that bad, although it still looks more pleasant for white. But maybe it's nothing.
Yeah, but I think you just don't really find a very easy way to break this thing open. Meaning
he's
that
certainly waiting for p4, as he's made very clear with his rooks.
Yeah.
So probably draw in looming. This looks nice for white.
Yeah, this looks like white had some success. We haven't really talked about this game. It was a kind of a wild, really non-standard. Started off as a Dutch and then became even weirder later. But yeah, currently pretty sure white is winning. Way too much enemy, too many enemy.
Yeah, Marcandrea, he's having a rough time now. I'm not sure what his score is, but yeah, don't think he has a lot of points.
Really not enjoying it so far. Irvin might save his game, as might Surya. Surya, I think, was in a lot of trouble at a certain point, but now Black is a pawn up, but the outside passer on the A file, I think, probably gives White enough counterplay to not lose. Even though
Marc-Andrea, yeah, -4. Counting.
Yeah. Still some questions to be asked here, of course, because I think what will likely happen is that Black will be able to win the pawn on G5 while giving up the knight for the pawn on A5, and then it will become a bit of a race, because I think like Rook and Knight does hold against 3 pawns, but it depends very much on whether White gets to consolidate early enough or not. So yeah, game still very much, of course, ongoing, but Surya probably a favorite to hold. Irvin might actually not lose that really horrible looking position that we discussed earlier. He's still in trouble, but definitely an upgrade. I think at least that is. I mean, the engine severely disagrees, but to my eyes,
it says we run.
Yeah, Rook d3 followed by Bishop a4 is a bit annoying, and then we run.
Would be a good day for the fun for race.
In the meantime, yeah, this is still winning for White, but it's less winning now than it would have been a bit earlier. I think at some point, Jonas Buhl, he went for a line which won him the exchange, but allowed his opponent to sort of consolidate and get some of the pieces back into the game. And there's definitely some drawing chances here. It's not a foregone conclusion that you win this position with White.
Yagu is saying prediction: Bjarre will win the challengers. It's a daring prediction with
It's a very daring prediction.
Yeah. 6, but we'll find out.
We'll find out. Yeah,
this has been over for hours and hours.
For quite some time. Yeah, some kind of a opening disaster. And yeah, Polina is now struggling in that game that we've briefly discussed earlier. Something has gone badly wrong.
Rooks together strong.
Yeah. Still takes a while to win this position, I guess, because the bishop on c4 is very solidly supported, meaning that there is no entrance square on e2. But you do eventually somehow break the defense open. I think the two ways of winning this position are either you actually trade everything, leave yourself with one rook against the bishop, and then win it by technical means, which is probably safe but kind of boring and long. Or you start pushing h5, h4, you create additional weaknesses, and the position starts collapsing.
Can we get the standings once more? I didn't see them. Oh.
Yep, there you go. So far, a point and a half between Arjun and the rest of the field. So yeah, Bjarre taking the challengers outright is a very, very daring statement, but
we'll find out.
Yeah, if this actually becomes a proper, not one horse race, I think all of us will enjoy it very much, because in particular because there's something at stake there. The qualification for the Masters is a very, very big prize. Having this question still being open before the start of the last round would be quite good.
Yep. All right, so that's the challengers. Let's go back to the Masters, have a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Fabi's position, and then maybe we can get a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Duda made a move which looks very logical, but the engine dislikes quite strongly.
Such a hater.
Yeah, and I think it's specifically because of this line that the engine was proposing a4. I had a feeling it was the reason, but I couldn't really understand why it was so important. We have to stop knight b5. And it seems to be very strong here because White does not have a very good way of stopping knight takes d4. I think what may have happened is, I think Duda is probably counting on the idea of playing knight b5 rook g1. And if knight d4 we take, and we take. And after rook d4, we probably win with rook g7, or at least we don't lose, maybe. But it collapses under, like, pretty much any move on the previous move wins, right? Like rook cc5 is the cleanest, but other moves are also winning. So it's a kind of a weird one, because you don't really blunder knight b5 necessarily. It looks kind of natural to attack the pawn on d4, in particular because the queen is on c2, so knight takes d4 will come in as an incredibly strong tempo move. So I'm not quite sure what he could have missed. Maybe he just didn't think his position is good, because he's not lost after knight e5, knight b5. Of course, rook g1 is just a horrible mistake, and after queen b2, maybe it's still a draw. But also, like, there is no way he thinks he is better here. I think he might have realistic expectations of not losing this, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't think he is better in this pawn down at rook ending. So my guess is he just did not think he was doing that hot after the time control. And he chose the most forcing move he has, feeling justifiably that he probably doesn't lose after it. Which sort of further goes to show just how difficult the position was to evaluate, the one they had by move 40.
Yeah, now Fabi taking his time, understandably. Same phenomenon there. The clock will only switch once Fabi's made his 41st move. That leaves us with the other game, Yesipenko Shankland on move 44. It's also a little bit of a lull in the action. It does look like Sam is a favorite to hold now, with his construction being alive. These pawns not going anywhere. But we've seen earlier how quickly it can turn on one.
Yeah, this
subtlety. Like,
I can definitely also imagine White even losing this position. Like, I think all three results are in play in these types of endgames because of how poor this bishop on g2 is.
So you heard it. Still, a lot of drama. 3 results to play for. Anything can happen. We'll go for a brief break, then come back. Bigger, longer, uncut. See you then. In the meantime, check out chess24.com, the website. Play a lovely chess game. Consider signing up or even becoming a premium member. If you become a premium member, you get access to all the video series. I'm headed to Paris after this to record a video series on the World Championship match 2021 with Peter Heine and Laurent. Should be fun. You also get to challenge in all the banter blitzes with the world's best players. You get to join the team battles ongoing currently. There's many a code that will get you 40% off. For example, Schachmatt for the lovers of the beautiful German language. Thanks for watching the show. We'll be back soon. Yep.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh,
everyone. I'm Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel Tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 7 of the Tata Steel Masters is still ongoing. The Dutch Super Tournament, where Magnus Carlsen has seized control of the standings for now, is in the sole lead after beating Pragnananda with the black pieces. The news of the day thus far, however, have been that Daniil Dubov has not shown up to his game against Anish Giri after someone close to Dubov was tested positively for COVID-19. Dubov himself took a negative test and took a PCR test. The results of the test were supposed to come back after the game. The organization then asked Dubov and I think Anish to wear masks during the game, which Daniil refused to do. Daniil also told me, I texted him, that it was agreed beforehand. The players don't have to wear masks. And he got support on Twitter from maybe an unlikely place from Sergei Kayakin, who said, yeah, this situation could have been avoided by postponing the game for the rest day, and that he himself, Sergei, would also never play chess in a mask. Yeah, it's a tricky topic. We've seen plenty of debate ongoing in the chats, but yeah. Sergei there joining Daniil's side after they had disagreements, obviously recently.
Yeah, not selling the lifetime beef story very well today. Sergei is, yeah, feels like a story on which, as with most other stories, I feel the most comfortable letting the participants speak. I don't think, punditry can add very much to this particular conversation. Yeah, one thing I did wonder as well with the rest day being so close, was there no chance at all of just making a snap decision and just moving this game 2 days forward? But the decision taken was the decision taken. So all of this now is on the books.
Yeah, we don't know what conversations were held or not held behind the scenes. We're eager to find out.
Yeah, and Dodgy says, this is just a twist in a lifetime beef story. Have you not seen Game of Thrones? I even referenced Game of Thrones today.
You did? Did I miss it?
Well, we were both... oh yeah, you're clearly kidding.
No.
And again.
No.
We were both sent the same promotional graphic, which...
yeah. No, I saw that. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, you had Sergei shake hands with the Night King.
That's what it looked like. So
very
that's
controversial.
Yeah. Carnicero says maybe they could have moved the board. Yeah.
Or is that Dr. Manhattan?
There's a number of bluey-looking characters it could have been, but yeah, I went with the Night King because that's the pop culture reference that comes easiest for me.
I didn't pay any attention. Did you alter the picture, or is this the actual picture
This is the actual picture that got sent to. No.
Okay.
I'm nowhere near good enough to do any photoshopping.
Because I was quietly admiring your Photoshop or whatever.
No. That was the picture that was sent to us, and I looked at it and I thought, who is this very, very blue person Sergei is shaking hands with? And the answer kind of came to me, and I went with it.
Tobias Funke, the Blue Man Group.
Tobias Funke is, yeah, that probably would have been a less controversial tweet. Because people, of course, immediately chose to infer what they wanted to infer into what I said.
We still have 2 games ongoing and could actually take a while. We have Yasipenko, Shankland, this endgame, where Shankland seems to have made some progress. The g6 pawn is gone. The a2 pawn is about to go.
Yeah, looks actually still reasonably sharp, because all of these types of positions where there's a pawn such as the pawn on f3, which now that the a2 pawn is falling, can very easily be attacked from behind. Like the rook gets the pawn on a2, then goes yeah, exactly. a2, a1, f1, f3. In the meantime, the white king is quite likely to get to, like, in particular, if black wants to try that, the king via either e4 or c4 gets to d5, shifts the bishop from d6. It's a sharp endgame, but as usual, probably ends up being equal, but I think still a very, very easy endgame to misplay from either side.
Fabi, after prolonged think, has played knight to b5, and now Duda. This is move 42 only. Also,
and he's played rook hd1, which is apparently now just straight up losing.
What's the point? The line goes like this. Yeah, takes.
I think he probably misevaluated something about the rook queen c5, rook c5, king b1 or something. I don't know.
So it must be this, or I don't know if it must be this, but
no, this also no. I think it's maybe it's specifically queen c5, rook c5, king b1, and maybe he. No, but then if even rook d5 wins, I was going to say queen f5 check is a clever move here, but rook d5 doesn't win. So maybe he actually did miss queen f5 check in this position.
Yeah, there's trickery. Probably has been calculating. Some nasty like this.
Yeah, f5 check with the point being that if yeah, give me one. If the king actually goes anywhere, queen takes e5 pins the rook again. So white has to put something on d3, severely hampering their attacking chances, and black is just
winning.
Black is just completely winning. Yeah, this is a bit of a shocking turnaround again. This is a very swingy game.
And I have a feeling Fabi is not gonna let this one go.
Well, and
because also the first line you calculate, right? And if it just works,
yeah,
where would you go wrong?
Yeah, you have to calculate, and also it's just very difficult to make any other move, because white will then have a tempo to consolidate, and you might never get the chance to take on d4 ever again. So you're heavily incentivized to make knight takes d4 work, and honestly, the lines don't even appear to be that tricky because of how sort of straightforward they are.
Yeah, somehow things aren't clicking for Jan Krzysztof in this tournament. No, it feels close. He's playing good chess. He's putting pressure. But yeah, very often the difference between a good tournament and a bad tournament is like 1-2 moves or moments, really. And here, the one against Mamedyarov, and now this one, they don't seem to be going his way.
Yeah, and the Mamedyarov game must have been a very strong shock to the system, and you know, you always hesitate to say that, you know, something clearly is still haunting him. I don't know, 4 days on, or whichever round that was. That was round 4, I think, maybe. So this is 3 days later, and I think from what I know of the Polish fighter, I think he is, you know, very stable. He has had some setbacks and generally deals with them well, but yeah, seems to not be going all that great.
I'm owning saying next tweet. Played some good chess today, came close. We'll get him next time. That does sound a bit like the tone of Duda's very wholesome Twitter account, where some speculation was had here if it's Duda tweeting or if someone does it.
And the speculation, I think, was based precisely on the fact that it's this wholesome. We just instantly, the kind of people we are, we instantly mistrust anything that appears to project this amount of positivity onto the world.
I still refuse to believe that Ted Lasso is a true story. Yeah. Jordan had a positive outcome of his game today, where he defeated Vidal.
I'm not sure if that's the intended outcome there, but we do welcome Satiris to the show, even though he's probably not talking to us.
Not sure if people can hear Satiris.
But Greek is a very beautiful language. So.
Unhappy, but sometimes I'm being led astray by languages just sounding different. No, I don't think.
Come on, chat, let us know. Apparently not. Yeah, I think we would have heard something if this was heard on stream. So we've created an interruption where no interruption was to be had originally. Fabi is still thinking. Fabi, I guess, is also maybe slightly struggling to believe his good luck, because I think he probably didn't expect to be better so soon again after the back control passed.
He has all the time in the world. No, he can spend 30 minutes on this. It will lead to a defined position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. No reason to hurry. And you are, I think, even expected to go over and over the lines here, because they either win or potentially they lose. This is a kind of a committal decision which could very easily backfire to a tremendous extent. So, yeah, of course, absolutely no reason for him to play quickly. Sorry.
Yep, I agreed. While we're waiting for Fabi to make his move, maybe it is time to inform our Dutch viewers of what happened today, since we do not have a Dutch broadcast, as has been rightfully pointed out many times. Every day I have to do a segment in Dutch where I inform them what happened to the Dutch participants. It's not going to be easier today, since my non-chess Dutch, as we've covered, is far from perfect. But let's get it out of the way. Dames en heren, vandaag heeft Jordan van Foreest, een jonge grootmeester uit Groningen, 22 jaar. Hij heeft lekker gewonnen tegen Wiedit. Wiedit heeft een goede partij gespeeld. Nimzo Indisch. Heel solide opening. Maar ik weet niet wat hij gedaan heeft. Even kijken. Positie was lekker remise volgens mij. Jordan met de twee lopers. Maar wie dit? Heel goede paard. En lekker counterplay. Toren F8 is wat Wiedit moet doen. En als je D6 speelt, dame E5, pakken. En nu wint toren F7. Helemaal niet. Maar Wiedit speelt toren C8. Wat een slechte zegzet. Moet je een beetje opletten, Wiedit. Uitkijken. Toren C8 D6. En dood. Kan niet. Dame E5. Pak ik lekker. Schaak. Doorschaken. En wint. Wiedit speelt dame E6, maar is ook heel slecht. En nu kan je niets doen. Als je dame E8 speelt. Lekker mat. Ja. Leuke win van Jorn van Foreest. 3 3 wins en 3 partijen verliest deze toernooi. Heel goed van Jordan. Anish Giri vandaag heeft gewonnen, maar hij moet niet spelen. Zijn tegenstander, Daniel Dubov, zegt: ik wil niet spelen als ik een masker. Ik wil niet met een masker spelen, zegt hij. En de organisatie zegt: als je niet met een masker speelt, kan je niet spelen. En zo wint Anish zijn partij. Gefeliciteerd. 2 wins voor Team NL. Goed gedaan, jongens. All right. That was tough. My vocabulary is really reaching its limits very, very quickly when I'm out of my 3 chess phrases. But that's not going to stop us.
I like the puckin bit.
Puckin I like, yeah, it's a good word.
Yeah. It's a very...
I also don't know any other words, but puckin, how that can be.
Yeah,
I use it for capture.
It sounds very cheerful, yeah, like the very, very crisp sound.
Yeah.
Puckin and mate, yeah.
Oof, that was tough.
Chess 24 cutting out this highlights.
Cutting out these highlights for YouTube. Speaking of highlights for YouTube, what happened to a story time with Peter Svidler? That should be mandatory every day as well, right? I need to learn more than 100 Dutch words. I'm getting very self-conscious about my non-existent Dutch. Pakken is goed. And just say lekker every third word. That part I do. I have mastered lekker.
Yeah. Yeah, story time with Peter Svidler is something that I think divides opinions very. It's a very polarizing segment, so I don't know if we should be doing
story time with Peter Svidler.
Yes, it's very polarizing.
How's it polarizing? Everyone loves story time with Peter Svidler.
No.
Who has ever said a bad word about it?
Yeah, who would do such a thing? What kind of a horrible person would, actively mind a wholesome story from Peter Svidler? In particular involving, finding hotel rooms for Alexander Grishuk or... I remember that story time with Peter Svidler. There were some startled reactions in the chat.
We really have peaked. It's already... He's rehearsing old stories for story time.
I mean, how much material do you think I have? And apparently we're only down to this game now because the Yasivenko-Shanklin game has been drawn. Completely equal position, obviously. Nothing to play for.
The Komodo Dragon story, that was a highlight.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Especially considering the fact that the punchline makes very little sense in Russian and absolutely no sense translated into any other language, because I don't think...
Can't remember what it was. Could you maybe repeat that?
The story ends on the poor lady saying, I've been counting the money and I grew very tired.
Because she made so much money.
Arguably it wasn't her money. She was just counting it.
So
regardless.
I also forgot the start of the story, but yeah, I'll stop torturing you. What I wanted to say is we all love story time with Peter Svidler. So any story, even if it's long and cynics would say there's no punchline, we greatly appreciate.
Cynics, eh? Yep. But yeah, they do need to be queued up a little bit. I don't think I don't do them on
no pressure. Tomorrow.
Creeps in with
Kernel of Truth is saying everyone loves storytime with Peter Svidler. Period. End of discussion. And he used capital letters.
Capital letters are very important on the internet. Otherwise, how will people know that you're shouting? And it's very important to let people know when you're shouting.
Yeah. Let it all out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Bobby, take it.
Just take it. Yeah, somewhat weird. I've been trying to figure out why in the position after rook d5, rook c2, king c2. It's not very important, but I've struggled to get an answer out of myself. King g8, rook a5. It doesn't take on h6 there, which seems to be by far the most logical move in the position. Somehow it just it's just a draw. Why can't yeah, I just didn't realize d8 is also not a square I can access. I thought I can play king d8 in this position, but that would be a bit of a boo-boo. Okay, question withdrawn.
That's a boo-boo. It's a funny construction though. You can't cross the 6 or the 8.
Yeah, you're actually, the knight on e5 just controls so many squares that this is just an immediate draw by perpetual. Yeah, but obviously after rook takes a5, the position has to be close to completely lost. The queen is a very strong piece, as we all know from the other story time with Peter Svidler, the one concerning the idea that queen is a strong piece.
Nightbot is saying in all the language, just speak English, please. Sorry, Nightbot. I'm just doing this Dutch segment as a service to the Dutch viewers. I promise I will stick to English other than that. Albeit with a weird accent and a very strange cadence. I'm very self-conscious about my cadence. What's Fabi thinking about?
Nothing anymore. He's taken on c5.
He has taken.
Yep. And he is now, according to the engines, more or less completely winning. The position we've just discussed is actually the best choice.
The rook d5 stuff, yeah. At least you can hope for queen h6.
Sort of, yeah. Not a very significant hope, but it's the best out of a very bad situation here for Duda. Everything else loses quicker and more in a much more straightforward manner.
Yeah. That guy who is asking, does Jan also speak Portuguese when he has a seizure? Nah, my Portuguese is non-existent. I can read it because I speak Spanish, but pronunciation sounds very, very difficult to me. Is German closer to Dutch or closer to English? I would say it's closer to Dutch. Like many of the words are really quite similar, which is why I can sort of wing this Dutch segment. But I would say it's much closer to Dutch.
Yeah.
Fabi has to go king g8, but
only king g8 winning here, but also you can't make any other move really. Rook d8 check is a bit of a threat, so
white wins. And yeah, checks. This is even losing because now you can no longer stop.
Yeah, it's no, it's just impossible to make any other move. And,
yeah, he's already playing.
White will take on a5, and Fabi will not blunder that perpetual because you just continue calculating, and his brain is not as addled as mine is.
So yeah, the remaining question will be rook a5. They can't take here, and rook a5 is on the board.
Yeah, the engine says basically that you go queen f5 check just to sidestep the squares that the knight can hit, and then just go king f8. I think the queen c8 is very strong, but like the human way to win this position is just to start getting the king out of the corner by playing king f8. Now there's never any perpetual, and eventually something falls, and then the white position collapses.
Zealandson is saying, Jan, I met a high schooler named Cadence recently, and I told her I love chess. True story. All right. I'm not sure what to say about that.
Yeah, what's the takeaway there? Like, what are we supposed to? Yeah. Queen f5 check played, king b3. Yeah, there was also a question in chat, why king b2 and not king b3? Because after king b3, apparently queen b1 check is very strong, and I had seen this on my screen, but That's not a very fair answer. I think king b3 is legitimately a better move, maybe, but also shouldn't help. Yeah. This might take a bit, but it feels one of those positions where you don't expect to win quickly, but you also kind of expect to win very, very hassle-free and, you know, a very large percentage of the time, because of just how difficult it is to establish any kind of coordination for these pieces. And once the first immediate threats are gone, even the absolute best case scenario is, let's say, white wins the pawns on b4 and f4, loses the pawn on a2 and the pawn on h6. And this might be a draw if the white king is on g2. In fact, probably is a draw if the white king is on g2. But the white king will be somewhere like b4, because that's how you will win the b4 pawn. And then the h pawn will cost you a piece, and then you will not be able to establish any kind of a fortress in time. And also, I don't think you get there. I think you can only get there with white if black misplays. But even in those imaginary scenarios, I don't think you save the game.
Captain Major is saying, I read somewhere Danish sounds like a throat condition to other Scandinavians. Yeah, for me, understanding Danish is much easier than understanding Norwegian or Swedish, which, yeah, since my household is mainly Norwegian, I'm not sure is a good thing, but I guess it's closer to German. It's just pronounced completely different.
This probably won't be a time trouble, though, because it's just very difficult to justify thinking for too long. I think for both Duda and Fabi, I think you kind of know that whatever you do, the result will stay the same, which I think heavily disincentivizes spending like 20 minutes on a move here.
Lion Ping is asking, what about understanding Austrian German? Many different iterations of Austrian German, but in general, it's fine. Like, there's no issue. Like, Swiss German, if they speak proper Schweizerdeutsch, I can't understand at all. But Austrian German, the accents I have most experience with, like Vienna style or Vorarlbergisch, is quite simple for me.
What's that last one?
I'm not sure if that's a word, but the chess club I used to play for, Schachclub Hohenems, they're based in Vorarlberg. They speak differently than people in Vienna, for example. Vorarlbergerisch, that's the term. Z01 saying, I'm from Austria and I don't understand them. How dare you?
Yeah.
What happened in the challengers?
Exactly. I was looking through that a little bit, and yeah, one win did win that position. I think Jumabayev's chances improved somewhat, but the problem remains the same. It's a fabulous position to look at, but g6 is always met by h6, h6 is always met by g6, and if you open the a file, black probably assumes control over it. So very beautiful to look at, but we probably don't win because we can't really open anything. Erwin ended up not saving that position. Surya probably loses to Morzin, right? I think this position with the king on a5, you never save that ending. So my expectation of Surya surviving probably will prove to be overly optimistic. Something has gone wrong there for... still, this is a draw.
A draw?
That's pretty surprising. I guess, yeah, we just drop the rook back to g1, and we start giving frontal checks, but I'm still a bit shocked that you can make a draw with your king so far away from where it's supposed to be.
It's very specific, yeah, because we can't cut off the king properly, since we move our king anywhere. The rook keeps getting harassed.
I'm still very surprised this is a draw. It's like genuinely shocking, but apparently it is. And Paulina is still fighting and hasn't really... I don't think her position became worse in the meantime, but she probably is still in a lot of trouble. Yeah. Since today seems to be a day for like throwback Friday, whatever it's called, even though it's not Friday. I could try opening the door and getting the Chinese restaurant music could be put on blast right now, but he doesn't like it, so probably best not to.
Yeah, me neither. Kidding. Greetings to Kid D.
Yep. Who put in a rare appearance on an absolutely perfect day for it. Gotta appreciate his comedic timing. He is a genius in the making.
And Vikshik is saying, can premiumers no longer view live feeds? What does it mean? I have to subscribe to Twitch to watch now. Not sure what you mean. If you mean that there are no pictures from the playing hall, that means that Chess24 doesn't have the rights for the Wijk and Zay tournaments to show the camera pictures. It's been like that for a couple of years. We still like doing this show, and yeah, I'm delighted Peter is back for doing Wijk here with us. But yeah, I'm sure you can find some other stream that shows the camera feed that has nothing to do with premium or not premium.
Yeah, this is, for once, this is absolutely not the kind of a pay to watch. I mean, it's pay to watch for us, but not for the Chess24 audience. Yeah, and people in chat saying this makes me feel better about my own rook endings, that Peter doesn't understand this. I have a feeling it's actually somewhat Peter specific. Like if you show this position to Kramnik, maybe his initial reaction will be exactly that it has to be a draw because the frontal checks are too strong. But yeah, it still is a bit startling that Wijk can save this position with the rook currently not on g1 and the king all the way on a6, and that still is not enough to convert this into a full point. But yeah, my basics, past the very, very basic rook endings, my basics aren't all that good.
So your basics are good?
My basics are good, yeah, but my Pascal basics are already iffy, and my C++ basics are non-existent.
Sorry, I'm not into NFTs. Apparently, computer sees some chances.
I think it just likes the position very much. I don't think it moves anything anywhere.
But he also doesn't have a breakthrough.
Yeah, it just very much enjoys the long and sinuous structure that White is exhibiting here. And who wouldn't like a long and sinuous structure like this?
Whoa, family show, Peter.
Yes, but it's already like, we're into the 6th hour, and I'm, potentially running a fever. So I can be excused if I start to veer into the slightly NSFW material.
Back to the Masters. Jan Krzysztof Duda fighting for survival here against Fabiano Caruana, former world number 2. Fabi currently only number 4 in the world, but I have watched Terminator 2 many a time. I believe that he will be back. Because Fabi He's a fantastic player. However, he's no longer, For a while, the pecking order used to be. In 2018 was even like sort of a 1A, 1B situation with Magnus and Caruana. The match was obviously very, very close. Fabi has not kept that status, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was back there. King c4, and now you can win with some cunning, or maybe it's not that cunning. Queen e4 covers that square. Then
I'm interested in how bad a move King f8 is in this position. Like, will the machine really dislike King f8 instead of f3, or is it still?
He just wants to stop f3, no? To make sure.
No, I very much like f3 as a concept. I'm just wondering, like, does King f8 throw, or it just makes it much longer to win? Doesn't really throw, right? It's still convertible.
Yeah.
So I think Queen e4 check is a very logical move to make, and then in this position, Fabi will think. And just as Jan said, the idea of pushing f4, f3, securing the e4 square for the queen, making it very difficult for White to even challenge it, I think is extremely attractive. And even making a good move here is quite difficult. Like if you play knight c4, I assume you lose to something like Queen b1 check and then something.
The king is also free to roam, no?
You free up the king, and this is quite strong, but I was wondering what happens after knight b2, but something bad happens, I assume. It goes queen c1 and wins. Machines obviously convert this absolutely effortlessly and in a much nicer style than anything we could, stumble towards. But the feeling is that it should be quite comfortably winning for black. Queen e4 played, king b3 will be blitzed out since there are no other moves, and potentially one final semi-tricky decision for Fabi.
He's gonna play f3. Mr. Dodgy Chess is saying this game is a testament to Fabi's bounce back ability. But yes. I think Mr. Dodgy just likes the word testament. That's why he said that.
I can't do them, but I do want to vocally show my appreciation for those types of jokes.
Thank you.
They are one of my favorites.
I obviously disagree that you can't do them. You just choose not to let this show descend into madness, which is a great pity.
I've given a long speech about everything being a choice earlier, so it would be weird for me to disagree with this statement.
Lorenda is saying, I like both of Jan's joke constructions. All right, new rule chat. Whoever insults my number of joke constructions gets punished harshly. How dare he call me a two-trick pony? These eyes saying, if you could not have to make any choices anymore, would you choose not to have to do so?
Sig burns. And yes, I would choose that in a heartbeat. Choices are my natural predator. People were saying that Polina actually is going to get away with it today. She definitely was seemingly in a lot more trouble than she is right now. This looks like somehow the pawn on d5, which really wasn't supposed to progress anywhere, got to d6, and now the bishop on c4, apart from being good defensive pieces, maybe a decent attacking piece as well. Would be
Why
good.
did Max give up this beautiful construction? I tried to win directly with the queen, but he should have brought in.
And also notably, the first move that Machine even suggests in this position is just queen d7, d6, saying to White, you shall not be having any fun.
Yeah.
Just stop all the counterplay first and then improve a little bit. And you go in for the mate, allowing some kind of counterplay once you have basically achieved all of the improvements you wanted to achieve. It's kind of good habits to build there. But Max clearly thought he might win the game by force by going in immediately, and then couldn't really find any way to do so. What's you as the erstwhile coach of the Dutch national team? What's the mood in the street regarding Max? Is he the next big thing once the one forests become
too old?
Too old, also household names, yeah, whichever way you want to go with that statement, yeah.
In general, I would say for Dutch chess is a fantastic development to have another young 2600 player, because for the team, you obviously had Anish, then Jordan became a top player, so you had board 1 and 2, unless you decide to do shenanigans like Sensei Smates did with putting Lucas on 2, but 1 and 2 in the pecking order were pretty much set with Anish and Jordan. But after that, yeah, you had Erwin as another stable force who did many great things, another 2600 plus player. And then it was a bit up in the air. So to have another 2600 player who's rapidly gaining rating is obviously great news. And yeah, who has more potential? What do I know? I would have to look at the game of Maxes. I haven't gone to those lengths yet, but it's great to see for Dutch chess.
Fair enough. And yeah, go on.
Older than Fun for Race is what Jake Loans is saying. Then both Fun for Race or just then Lucas? How old is Max exactly? We can probably find out. Max Warmerdam. Born 30 March 2000. Jordan. Fun for Race. 30 April 1999. So yeah, he's older than Lucas, younger than Jordan. Smyslav is saying Max's potential was lagging in the department of finishing off games. Yeah, I've had that problem all my life. That's a bit the word on the street, that he's a very strong theoretician, but sometimes struggles in getting the job done. Still, either way, he's an up-and-coming force, also the reigning Dutch champion, and I'm sure Dutch chess very happy.
Yep. In the current position, the white king apparently is safe enough that you can take on c5 with either piece without really risking anything particularly bad happening to your king. So you can choose your poison here. Nicely defended by Paulina, who, I think got soundly outplayed somewhere in the middle game from a very comfortable position, landing in that unpleasant situation, exchange down. Fabi did play a 4f3, so the game probably ends kind of promptly from here. You get the feeling that it's just going to be very difficult to keep the pawn on f2 alive, and once the pawn on f2 falls, everything falls.
It's a Helms-Klum situation. It's Helm's Deep. I shouldn't translate my Game of Thrones references to German, or you cannot catch them.
Possibly, Anything that is above zwei Apfelschorle bitte in terms of difficulty does catch me unawares most days.
Did you know that in Austria they don't say Apfelschorle, they say Apfelsaft gespritzt?
That's an abomination. Should not be allowed.
Austrians. What's up with that?
Yeah. Obi gespritzt, apparently.
Obi gespritzt as well, yeah. That's even more idiomatic.
And on the subjects of
what is Obi? That's just a brand of Apfelsaft, right?
Probably, yeah.
Stop correcting me. Apfelsaft gespritzt is fine. I've been around many in Austria ordering Apfelsaft gespritzt.
Yeah. I read somewhere recently that Ewan McGregor's brother is in the Royal Air Force, and his call sign is Obi Tukinobi, which is very wholesome and very dear to my heart ever since I discovered that.
My Wi-Fi might or might not be OBW LAN Kenobi. Do I know Apfelsaft in Dutch? Not sure. Should be something. Sinaasappel is orange, yeah? Or is there another language? I do not know. Probably. No, I have no clue. What's apple juice? Zuiderans van Appel? Jesus.
You missed the Dutch segment, sorry, Spitfire. Not happening again today.
Yeah, I figured the WLAN is only a German thing, Victor. What to do? So what's Zuiderans van Appel? That can't be right. Appelsap. No, yeah, that makes more sense. Appelsap I'm buying.
Yeah.
Crisis. Heard it. I try to not drink that many fruit juices unless they're freshly squeezed. So I haven't been drinking a lot of Apfelsaft recently. What I do think is a bit of a crime, and I'm not sure if this is being brought up enough. Also, my English is shaky. It's pear, right?
Yeah.
Pear a fruit?
Mm-hmm.
Pear juice obviously is superior to apple juice. Still, apple juice won. Why?
I think because there's just way more apples in the world than there are pears. So it's easier to produce.
But we can do kind of stuff. Can we plant more
on
pear
board
trees?
Very much on board with the original statement, yeah. Pear-related drinks are fantastic. But there isn't nearly enough of them. And yeah, this is something that needs to be corrected.
Big Apple, if you're watching, can't you plant some pear trees? I have no idea if pears grow on trees. I'm just assuming. Do I have an apple tree? I don't think so. I have some tree in my yard, but I don't think it has any fruit. I never looked at it, but I don't think so.
We have a couple of apple trees in our yard.
Oh, a couple.
Yeah.
Mr.
Also,
Russian champion has a couple apple trees.
Also cherries, currants of 3 different types, gooseberries, raspberries, strawberries, and things I don't know the names of.
After years of thinking, you live in a cramped flat with your children, your pets. Now I hear about these yards with multiple apple and cherry trees.
Yes.
Explain yourself.
Well, I did send you the picture of the quote-unquote summer house. It's there's a plot of land to go with it, and my mother-in-law is very much into. Well, I think by this point you can't really call it gardening. It really is kind of farming. So, yeah, we get a lot of produce. It's excellent. Gooseberries are god. Yeah, gooseberries are the best thing ever.
I read today that Russia is considering to ban farming. That'd be bad news, no?
Not ban exactly, but I think what they're trying to make life as unenjoyable as possible, I suspect, by taxing people, growing anything on their plots. so heavily that people won't be able to do it. I haven't read the news, honestly. I don't know what it says, but
No. What I read was mining, not farming. I think.
Oh, okay. That as well, yeah.
Crypto humor, best humor.
Crypto humor, best humor, but also, yeah, I think they're going full China on that one, from what I hear. Cosplaying China for all they're worth.
So we're not getting any more pear trees, is what I'm learning from.
Well, not out of me, but if you successfully petition Big Pharma, maybe you can get some out of them.
Does Mr. Dochi, like, whenever I see Mr. Dochi sharing his private life with us on Twitter, there's a vast territory around the Dochi mansion, which I'm sure could be used for pear farming. What's stopping you?
Yes, explain yourself. Why are you not dramatically increasing the amount of pears being grown in the world?
Grow a pear.
Tree. How do you like them pears, Mr. Dodgy Chess? Yeah. And people with the very, very hot geopolitical takes in chat right now, which I don't know exactly how to react to, because I have a feeling that's not entirely correct, Tom Lib, but I also would not want to stake my entire life on you being wrong on this one.
All right. Spitty, you're not allowed to not reply. So how do we get out of this?
Yeah, it's a bit of a quandary, for sure. It's a bit of a quandary. Knight c4 played in the meantime. Yeah, pretty much any reasonable move here that gets to attack the pawn on f2 sooner rather than later wins, I suspect. So, wide variety of choices for Fabi.
YouTube and Twitch chat are both clearly experts on international relations.
Absolutely. That's what they live for.
It's hard to find a more international place.
Dodge is saying, I will plant a pear tree in Jan's honor when winter ends. So, never.
Now, there's a small window from July 18th till August 5th. So, looking forward to it. And I hope, I'm not sure what the future of the MDI is, but I hope I can visit that pear tree and it will be grown and prospering. And I can see it. We can enjoy a lovely pear juice squeezed right from Mr. Dodgy's garden. Green Smoke is saying, on behalf of Americans to the rest of the world, sorry. What have you done now, Americans?
Yes. Explain yourselves.
Queen b1 check. Played by the American. Mr. Caruana chooses to take all the pawns with check, which is probably not a terrible decision. By all the pawns, I mean 8. Yeah, this is over, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, knight b2 is a slightly trickier move because you can't do everything with check without a quiet move first, but queen c1 is very, very comfortably winning there.
GG City Hill is saying, hey, Peter Jan, thanks for the great commentary. Thank you so much. How would you rank the potential of Nihal Sarin, Eric Geissi, Hans, and Prag, based on what you've seen of them so far? I'm biased here because Nihal is my boy. I'll never rank him below anybody else. Eric Geissi, very impressive here.
Those are fighting words. Yeah, but we've spoken about this a little bit in previous streams, but it's a kind of a weird spot where, like, it's on me. I know it's on me because even people I talked to about chess have informed me that they were aware of the existence of and the strength of Arjun way before I was. I just probably don't follow the Indian youngster chess scene as closely as I should, but he seems to be the front runner right now out of the names you've given. But I'm still kind of getting accustomed to that idea because until maybe, like, I don't know, November, I wouldn't really have known almost anything at all about him. And the others are a much more, or at least were a much more established quality for me. But yeah, hard to say, but you know, the way he's been playing in the last few months, very hard to argue against him. And of course, Hans beat me like a drum recently in a very, very important game. So that puts him above competition, or at least above some of the competition. Yeah, and then there's the Uzbek brigade, Abdusatorov, Sindarov, and there's a couple of others which I'm sure we're forgetting. Missing. Blundering.
Yakuboyev,
Vahidov.
I'm very worried that Team Yan, which currently is very, very strong, if we count Nepomniachtchi and Duda, the Yans are the second best team in the world on 4 boards. That soon we lose our status to the Nordebeks. I don't want that to happen, but it's looming. Alexanders are the best. Peter are pretty decent, like you have Svidler, Leko, Peter Hein Nielsen, and then I think Peter As, is that how it's pronounced, is your current board 4, with Peter Michalik, your backup. But you're like number 8.
Yeah, I think it's Ach, but yeah. Zixo is doing the unenviable job of actually reading Russian news sites, or at least news sites dedicated to Russian news. And he says, Russian legislator Fedorov recommends nuking Nevada. Why is it Nevada suddenly? Why am I incapable of pronouncing words correctly? To convince the US that Russia is serious. Thoughts. Russian legislators are have been, basically the Duma has at some point been described as a fax machine gone mad. And since that description, it has not improved.
I'll be back.
So I am not surprised, and I am hoping I will never have to provide any kind of running commentary on the stuff people in Duma say, because that would be a difficult job, a challenging job, and a job I do not want. It's pronounced Nevada. Yeah, I'm aware. So yeah, maybe not even a fax machine. I think it was a printer gone mad, not a fax machine. But the point remains. I assume it was a joke, but now getting worried. Like, it depends on if you're talking about the nuking of Las Vegas statement. It very much depends on your definition of joke. I think those people are like semi-serious, but they're posturing. But I don't think they have a sense of humor. So, like, it's not very serious, but it's also not a joke because I don't think they're capable of joking. They're just not very bright.
I'm back, like no dear.
What have we done to deserve this?
There's a question. What would be the Alexander boards in a team competition? It's an excellent question. Obviously, I monitor them because I consider them our main rival. So it's Grishuk, obviously. Alexander Pretke, very, very strong. Alexander Areshenko, not so active nowadays, but still a very strong player. Same goes for Alexander Motilyov. There is Alexander Morozevich lurking. And Ryazantsev? No, he's not. No, he's not Alexander. No.
He is, yeah.
He is?
Yeah.
So those are the main Alexanders.
And we, because we are the forward-thinking people, and also because she is very strong, we probably draft in Garachkin as a...
She's not Alexander.
Of course she is.
It's Alexandra.
I mean, yes, but that's the point I was...
That counts?
We're making the rules here, aren't we? We're in charge of that tournament.
Yeah, doesn't count.
Okay.
What's next? Kostenyuk joining the team?
Well, it depends on how long the bench is supposed to be, but yeah, at some point, yes.
Yeah, we're working on Magnus getting his name changed to Jan, because I'm also being told that Team Rex keeps gaining in strength, so something we have to do. The problem is she certainly counts as a Jan.
Yeah, and this game counts as a win for the Fabster. He'll just take on f2 next move, and then the f-pawn pretty much wins. Costs white, at the very least, the knight, and maybe even more. Lorinda saying, I've heard that Mr. Doji can play board 5 as a GM in any tournament he chooses. So basically, he's like a Deuces Wild type of person. He can assume the first name that he wants. Actually, the Doji team, if we try to compose a team Doji could actually play for in that named competition, might not be that weak either, right?
What's their name? Like Doji's real life first name?
Without divulging the name, we can just sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Probably compose.
They're not in the top 10 of teams.
Isn't it?
Sergeys are obviously quite good. Daniels are strong.
Yeah, those are pretty decent. Yeah. And Zixa with a very important clarification. Apparently, the Russian legislator specified he wants to nuke the labs that produce COVID-19. That sounds reasonable. No, as I said, like they're not joking. They're just mad. It's very different. You should not confuse the two.
Fabi showing off here. B3. Nice move, sir.
Yep.
If you take a new queen.
Outstanding move.
Will emerge like Daenerys Targaryen in the fantastic season finale. And Jan Krzysztof has seen enough.
A kind of a small story time with Peter Svidler is during the St. Petersburg Rapid and Blitz, I actually asked Leoncio to take a picture with me. And then I sent this picture to both of my kids. And they successfully got some clout out of it. Because apparently the outstanding move meme is so widely spread that even their entirely non-chess playing circle of friends immediately recognized who that was and was very impressed.
I do not know that meme, but I am still very thankful for this story.
Best I could come up with on such short.
No. I'm not being facetious here. It does look like Eric Geisy is now a favorite to defend his position. Or maybe he always has been, but the engine is less excited about it than it used to be. In the Masters, let's have a brief look at the results. Yesipenko, Shankland, tough battle drawn. Anish Giri wins by default against Daniel Dubov. No, the results disappeared from my screen again, but I can probably make it through. Duda loses to Karana. Tough break for Duda. Jordan keeps winning or losing, rarely drawing. This time he beats Vidit. Niels continues his stabilizing mission, although today his position didn't look that stable. Draws Kayakin, Rapport draws Mamdyarov, and Magnus Carlsen wins a game of chess. Again, takes the sole lead in the tournament. Now he's up 1.1 rating points. Needs 4 out of 6 out of the 6 remaining games to keep his rating. It's not easy to reach these 2900s.
It is, yeah. Well, a very difficult goal he set himself. But
it's a dodgy chess saying, I've looked at the top 100 and can only conclude Peter doesn't know what my name is. Yeah, I didn't get where he was coming from at all. But
some very strong players with that name are also very prominent in the Hearthstone Mercenaries scene, so maybe that influences my fondness for that particular name.
Mr. Dodgy's real name is Gary Dodgy. That's it for today. Thank you for watching the show, and see you tomorrow with more Sunday Funday action at 2 p.m. Until then, check out goodoldchess24.com. Check out our courses on Chessable. And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.